Advocate. I'll now bow to my right and my left. I'll ask honorable delegates to observe a moment of silence or meditation. Thank you. Honorable delegates, before we proceed, I would like to remind you of the following. The first one, the virtual sitting constitutes a sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Number two, delegates in the virtual sitting enjoy the same powers and privileges that apply in the sitting of the National Council of Provinces. Three, for purposes of the quorum, all delegates in a virtual platform shall be considered to be present in the House. And delegates must always switch on their videos. Delegates will ensure that the microphone and the gadgets are muted and must always remain muted unless we have permission to speak. The interpretation facility is also active. Any delegate who wishes to speak must use the raised hand function. Honorable delegates have been informed that there will be no notices of motion or motions without notice. Honorable delegates, before we proceed to the policy debates, I would like to take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Minister of Public Enterprises, the Honorable Minister Gordon, and the Honorable Deputy Minister Maswale, and the Honorable Minister of Transport, Honorable Mbalule, and the deputies on the virtual platform. Honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the first order of the day, policy debate on budget vote number 10, Public Enterprise Appropriation Bill. I will now call upon the Honorable Minister of Public Enterprises to open the debate, the Honorable Minister Gordon. Honorable Minister Gordon. Honorable Minister.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
You are given. Afternoon.
Can I proceed?
Yes, you can proceed, Honorable Minister.
Thank you. Well, good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members of the NCOP, and ladies and gentlemen. It's my privilege today to present the budget vote for the Department of Public Enterprises for the 2021-22 financial year. Chairperson, on the 8th of May, 1996, 25 years ago, the Constitutional Assembly adopted the first constitution of a democratic South Africa. In the preamble of the Constitution, we advanced our aspirations as one people of one country building one nation. And I quote parts of the preamble. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those
Chair.
Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister.
Loud setting.
Sorry, Honorable Minister.
Yeah, out of order.
Honorable Minister, sorry, your mic has muted. Honorable Minister, Gordon.
Load shedding.
nations. May God protect our people. Chairperson, in recent times, some have betrayed our people's aspirations. Insatiable greed, crass criminality, unashamed consumerism, corruption with impunity, unapologetic self-interest has captured the very soul of these elements. Yet there is hope. There are many more who are bravely and resolutely exposing the rotten criminals in our midst. They are, and we are, endeavoring to secure a South Africa in which, and I quote again from the preamble, we establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, improve the quality of life of all citizens, and free the potential of each person, as the Constitution says. Today, as we reconstruct and reposition the state-owned entities, we find that it is the workers who pay the price of retrenchments because of corruption. It is our economy that pays the price for inefficiencies and distorted operations. It is our country that pays the price for a poorer reputation. The blame and the anger amongst us must be placed at the door of those who destroyed and handicapped these SOEs. Our focus must be on how we recover as quickly as possible from this destruction. All of us must focus our undivided attention to those who stole our money, to those who actively collaborated, to those businesses and professionals who enabled this theft, and to those professionals and others who dedicated their energies to defend the corrupt. We must today, in a singular chorus, say, pay back the money. We must together, notwithstanding our political loyalties, and I'm sure we're going to see demonstrations of that in the debate today, demand of the SIU, the Hawks, and the NPA that we want speedier justice for our people, prosecute those who are guilty of these nefarious activities. Chairperson, yesterday, the Deputy Chief Justice Zondo praised the consultancy McKinsey for paying back 870 million rands to Transnet, having paid back 1 billion rands earlier to Eskom earlier. And I quote the Deputy Chief Justice as per one of the newspapers. I think when some people criticize this commission for the costs that have been incurred through its work, they remember at least here is one occasion where, as a result of discussions between a unit of the commission and McKinsey, a substantial amount of money has been or will be repaid, end of quotation. We applaud the efforts of McKinsey, the Transnet management and board for setting an excellent example. Congratulations must also be extended to the Eskom management and board for recovering almost 3 billion rands from international firms such as ABB, McKinsey, and others as well. Advocate Chaskelson, one of the evidence leaders of the commission, said, and I quote, McKinsey has shown what a responsible corporate citizen does in these circumstances, and I'm looking forward to seeing those other companies do, or what those other companies do, end of quotation. So, Chairperson, we should also be waiting for the IT firm SAP, T-Systems, the locomotive original equipment manufacturers that benefited from Transnet, Trillion, Impulse, and others, including the financial and legal firms that assisted in these nefarious processes, to follow this example. And of course, the infamous Guptas and their South African collaborators. We must, in a singular chorus, say, pay back the money. In this digital, fast-moving age, memories are short. Every event today, we must remember, has clear roots in the corrupt past, pre-1994, or even the more recent past. So we will constantly remind you why these entities, workers, and the country are experiencing the problems they are. This department has the unenviable task of rectifying the damage of the past, ensuring operational stability now, and preparing these institutions for the emerging and future dynamics in their sectors. We have to deal with the criminal elements within these SOEs and in associated entities who willfully damage power stations, steal copper cables, escape with intellectual property, and collaborate with people who do not have South Africa's interest at heart. In recent evidence by a gentleman called Paul Holden, given to the Zondo Commission this week, who runs an outfit called the Shadow World Investigations, there's interesting details of some 49 billion rands that found its way out of the SOEs and other branches of government into the hands of the corrupt. Mr. Holden listed the following: companies used as first-level laundry vehicles, as he calls them, such as Homix, Foretime Consultants, amongst many others, were part of what now appears to be an international money laundering scheme. Almost 50 billion rands has been lost through state capture, and this number can be traced through invoices and bank statements. His investigation revealed that 3 primary sites of state capture were Transnet, Eskom, and the Free State Provincial Government. Transnet, under the direction of the former CEO, Brian Molefe, was responsible for over 81 or almost 82% of the payments relating to state capture, which comes to just over 40 billion rands. Molefe was also CEO of Eskom from 2015 to 2016, before being succeeded by Machela Koko. Under these 2 individuals, Mr. Holden says, Eskom contributed some 14.2% of state capture expenditure. The Free State Provincial Government, according to Mr. Holden, contributed almost 440 million rands. These are some examples of expenditure where no attempts to deliver any value to the government was seen, or there are many other examples, according to Mr. Holden. There were also occasions in which goods or services provided were of such poor quality that it caused additional losses to the state. For example, Eskom claiming damages from Optimum coal mine with regard to poor quality coal that was delivered in insufficient quantities amounts to 3 billion rands. That is the claim of Eskom. There are many other examples, Chairperson, that has created the difficulties that we are now, together with the boards, management, and workers in these SOEs, are trying to rectify. The law enforcement authorities have been investigating 114 key contracts, 33 high-profile criminal investigations involving multiple parties, including former board members and executives of SOEs. To them, we must also say, pay back the money. The investigative directorate of the NPA, working with the Asset Forfeiture Unit and the Directorate for Priority Crime, recently froze 1.4 billion rands in assets of former executives and 3 private contractors. I referred earlier on to ABB, a global engineering company based in Switzerland, which repaid 1.5 billion rands to Eskom. 171 million rand claim against Deloitte, 870 million rands, which I referred to earlier on, paid by McKinsey to Transnet. There are many such examples of either claims that have been made or investigations and processes that are underway at the moment, Chairperson. But now is the time to act together. Now is the time, as some academics have said in a recent paper, crises and pandemics can bring society together around a common purpose. And we know from history that such critical junctures can also divide societies and propel them into chaos. That's what some people would like. I continue the quotation. Learning the right lessons and being able to galvanize society for positive change is thus one of the key tasks for governments during the ongoing pandemic. End of quotation. We have made, in this regard, some, in fact, substantial progress over the last few years in relation to placing the SOEs on a better footing than they were left prior to that particular period of state capture. And I'll give you some examples, Chairperson. Good governance codes have been now embedded in SOEs, and more work will be done in relation to integrity and consequence management frameworks. The pursuit of stolen money has yielded some results, as you can see. But importantly, We must now move to the next stage of pursuing stolen money, and that is stolen money that is lying in bank accounts elsewhere in the world. Prosecution of those responsible is beginning, although at a very slow pace, and guidelines to manage conflicts of interest in SOEs are becoming stricter. Operational efficiencies are being addressed, although there is much to do in this particular regard in most of the SOEs. The financial stability of SOEs is a mixed picture, particularly in the context of a very constrained fiscus. So some SOEs are in serious difficulty, as some of you will point out. The goal of relieving the pressure on the fiscus remains an important focus, and innovative funding solutions need to be found. Organizational transformation initiatives to increase capability and reduce the cost structure of SOEs is also underway. Let me briefly cover some of the SOEs, and the Deputy Minister will do a more detailed job in this particular regard. On SAA, clearly there's been a huge impact both prior to the COVID pandemic and subsequent to the COVID pandemic. IATA estimates that air travel has reduced by some 66% in 2020 compared to 2019, with international air travel reducing by almost 76%. Global passenger traffic volumes have been reducing substantially during this particular period. SAA is out of business rescue, and the search and arrangements for a strategic equity partner is quite advanced. Eskom, which affects us every day in terms of either continuous supply of electricity or disruption thereof, is successfully dealing with legacy problems, stabilizing current operations, and preparing for the new institutional and energy transition objectives. It has finalized the divisionalization of Eskom into 3 divisions with managing directors: generation, transmission, and distribution. A total of 6,773 employees have been moved from corporate functions to divisions in readiness for legal separation, and the transmission company will be separated by the 31st of December 2021. Transnet has equally done an excellent job, as the Deputy Minister will point out. The redesign of Durban Port, moving equipment to Cape Town so that the citrus exports and other fruit exports can actually take place timeously for an industry that's worth some 38 billion rands. So in sum, Chairperson, the department has a very small budget for its own operational purposes of some 185 million rands, and that is set out in the appropriations. But let us conclude on a clear message that whether we are workers, union leaders, union members, businesses that have been impacted because of difficulties as SOEs, and the general public, we need to target our criticism, and we will need to march to the doors of those who have participated in and undertaken the destruction that we see at SOEs themselves. So let me conclude by thanking the NCOP for this opportunity to share some of these thoughts with you and the kind of progress that we are making. And there will indeed be further progress in this regard over the next period that lies ahead of us. I also want to thank the chair of the Select Committee for the sterling work that they've done together with colleagues in the National Assembly, and a special word of thanks to the Deputy Minister, the Director General, and the staff of the department. Finally, we cannot give up on this mission that we have ahead of us. Let us remember the promises that we have made in our Constitution. Let us remember the duty that we owe to our people, and the SOEs have a big part to play once we get them right and moving in the direction that South Africa wants them to move. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Minister Gordhan. The next speaker is the Chairperson of the Select Committee of Public Enterprise and Communication, Honorable Matibe. Honorable Matibe.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson, the Masiari, House Chairperson. Thank you very much. And
Honorable Chair of the Select Committee, Honorable Matibe.
Yes, thank you very much, House Chairperson. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you, Honorable.
Continue with hear you.
Okay,
Continue,
thank you very much.
Matile.
Thank you very much. Public enterprise has been functioning in South Africa over many decades and make an important contribution to the economy in terms of GDP and job creation. The SOEs directly contribute some 8.7% of GDP, and their indirect contribution touches every other part of the economy. SOE function in strategic sectors of the economy and contribute to infrastructure development of the country. The SOE in the DPE stable positively contribute to critical economic inputs and energy sector, transport sector in terms of electricity, railroads, ports, and civil aviation. The SOE sector, which operates in the country, has made positive economic contribution to the economy and will not be able to function efficiently without the inputs which the company makes to power in the economy and provide transport movement of goods. The country's economy was built on the mining and agricultural sector. This sector still depends on rail and ports facilities for the exports of products, which positively contributes to the country's balance of payments. The policy debate is occurring, House Chairperson, in a very challenging time as the economy has been negatively affected by COVID-19 pandemic, which has adversely impacted on the financial performance of SOEs. It has also created economic hardship, unemployment in different provinces, which the ANC government alleviated through special appropriation bill. In the past year, under difficult economic conditions, House Chairperson, the SOEs reporting to the DPE made a revenue of 277 billion and directly employ more than 150,000 people. This contribution is only from SOE reporting to DPE and does not include other SOEs and their contribution. This is no small contribution by the stretch of imagination and need to be encouraged, House Chairperson. The SOEs have also been negatively impacted upon state capture and corruption. Government is resolutely dealing with the problem, and various successes at SOEs at defeating corruption have already been recorded and publicly made known. The new boards and management of SOE, working in conjunction with law enforcement agencies, have taken many cases to court and assets have been seized, as the minister was putting forward there. The critical issue in this regard is that corruption must be defeated in order to make sure the SOE can function optimally to contribute to the development and inclusive economic growth. Corruption erodes financial value of entities and weakens the balance sheet of state-owned entities. The current path which government is pursuing in terms of consequence management, following legal processes, ensuring financial recoveries is critical to the renewal of SOE. ANC policy regarding the corporate governance is clear, as the conference resolution, House Chairperson, clearly indicates that there should be no undue influence on SOE, that skill, capacity, and capabilities are the key criteria for management and employment at the SOE. The effects of and consequences of state capture and corruption will take a while to bypass, and there are no quick fix solutions to the financial consequences of corruption. Since the struggle against corruption commenced through the 6th Parliament, steady progress has been made at SOE. New boards have been appointed through rigorous screening of directors to eliminate potential conflict of interest. Screening process was also made sure that qualified people with correct skills, capacity, and capabilities are appointed to different boards. This has also enabled appointment of new management which dealing with the issues of corruption in conjunction with law enforcement agencies, at the same time restore operational and financial viabilities of entities. The entities have commenced with the process of recovery and performance in many SOE and has improved, with Transnet, for example, making 3.8 billion profit. In the case of Eskom, even though there are progress, much of the profits are swallowed through the repayments of debts. The resolution of debts liability of Eskom will see the company perform, House Chairperson, positively and differently. This performance has occurred under adverse economic conditions. The annual reports of all entities, with the exception of SAA, which is still to enter the market post the conclusion of business rescue, indicates steady progress, and this is encouraging. House Chairperson, SOE are engaging in infrastructure development, expansion of business as part of the economic recovery and reconstruction plan. In the case of Transnet, the expansion of Durban Port to create world-class container area, allow for a larger container vessels to dock, have important economic implications for the country. And this also allow the growth in international exports of minerals, agricultural products, and manufactured goods. Motor manufacturing have expanded production in South Africa, and with all the locally produced export to international markets. This applies to Ford Ranger and any other manufacturing areas that use the ports in order for international markets to get access. The port expansion project itself will create more job opportunities, House Chairperson, and this project will facilitate the efficiency in which imported products are able to reach different provinces as Transnet is improving the rail freight. There is much policy. There must be policy certainty which is created through SOE Council for the restructuring of SOEs, as this certainty coupled with Shareholder Management Act will ensure proper corporate governance and financial controls in accordance with the PFMA. This process will also place SOE on firm footing, House Chairperson, and will clear mandate to operate. And it is not designed to crowd out private sector, but seeks to create public-private partnership to ensure inclusive economic growth and development. The current approach of ANC government is to support SOEs at times financially. That is the legal responsibility of the shareholder, but also to ensure that commercialization of assets to gain maximum economic value from assets. Government has not directly made any financial assistance to SOE in the past few years in relation to Eskom and SAA. This occurred as part of legal responsibility of the shareholder, but also due to the role that the entities play in relation to the economy. The SOEs will continue to make important contribution to the provinces and municipalities in which they function and ensure job creation. However, this is occurring under adverse economic conditions due to the pandemic, and process of recovery and renewal will take some time, as development is a process and not a single moment. The Department of Public Enterprise in the 6th Parliament, House Chairperson, has made progress and will soon work with SOEs in post-state capture and corruption environment, which positively contributes to economic development
as you
in all
conclude,
provinces that it operates. As I conclude, Chairperson, the ANC rise to support the budget vote of public enterprise, budget vote number 10. And we really want to encourage the minister for the good work that he is continuing doing together with the management. Thank you very much, House Chairperson.
thank you, Chair of the Select Committee. Now I'll invite the Honorable Nana, our one and only hot chocolate. Honorable Nana.
Chocolate.
Chola.
Honorable House Chairperson, Minister, Deputy Minister, honorable members. Kwasasa lila, kwasasa xoxa, kwasasa faki thwathwa. Yeyani le ntsokolo sigxampuza kuyo. Akutsho mna malungu endlowiso mthetho, koko kutsho imbongi yesizwe umfo kaMqhayi waseNtabuzulu. Honorable members, the very ill-considered intentions of establishing a Department of Public Enterprises was to place the state at the center of development. This is a socialist project that has not only failed where it originated in the then Union of Socialist Soviet Republic, but has led to untold hardships in Venezuela, perpetuated underdevelopment in Cuba, and annihilated economies across the African continent. Yet the governing party in South Africa seems too keen to regurgitate an evidently failed philosophy in their quest to appease their partners in the tripartite alliance. Whilst political scientists in the political lab are experimenting whether this ism or that ism can work in our conditions, South Africans of all walks of life continue to bear the brunt of either random or systematic errors emanating from the lab. The very idea and existence of DPE was a stillborn and an exercise in futility. Part of its mandate as a shareholder representative is to perform an oversight function on all SOEs in its portfolio. Honorable members, at the risk of being seen as belaboring a point or me having run out of ideas, I have said this before and I will say it again because it is relevant. DPE has a staff complement of over 200 and a budget of 36 billion. What is even more alarming is that the ever increasing demands for DPE to make SOEs work. Its overall budget has decreased by 53%, and in real terms, that translates from 77 billion to 36.3 billion. With this small budget at its disposal, with a limited and overstretched staff complement, which more often than not find their skills and abilities falling short, DPE will be transferring 36 billion of its budget to SOEs. If my sums are correct, honorable members, they will be left with about 300 million, and the output really is foregone. Clearly, prospects of DPE is mandated to oversee 7 SOEs who outnumbered the department by all accounts, whose staff combined and budgets actually dwarfs that of the shareholder representative. Clearly, prospects of success in executing its mandate is close to zero and basically renders this department ineffective and irrelevant. And is it now not time to let go, Mr. Godan? It is also a cause for concern that SOEs are reluctant to share with Parliament or its committees their shareholder compacts on the basis that these compacts contain sensitive commercial information which their competitors might use against them. Honorable members, if the Joint Intelligence Committee gets regular sensitive briefings from state security about the security of our country, SOEs must be compelled to do the same, and Parliament should put in place adequate measures to protect such information. 2 common performance indicators across SOEs, and this sounds very shallow. It's namely 1, corporate governance, 2, financial sustainability. Yet we have come to a realization that our SOEs achieving these are merely a pipe dream and an elusive target. In the world of business, honorable members, when a company does not achieve its target or has recorded a loss, top executives and boards forfeit, amongst other things, their bonuses and other related packages. Sadly, the same cannot be said about our SOEs. Whether they have met their targets or not, it's business as usual. Management will still award themselves packages, which, by the way, are paid by the taxpayer via the bailouts. I have observed a rather unfortunate and growing behavior by SOEs. They are a lot more respecting and a lot more compliant to the stringent terms and conditions of National Treasury, because the latter is the goose that lays the golden egg. Minister, the failure of SOEs in our country is a testimony that the social project is nothing more than a fishing expedition whose end results are untold suffering of citizens and destruction of the economy. Time for experiments by the political scientists in the political lab is over. Let's end cadre deployment in SOEs and enable all South Africans, regardless of their race, for as long as they have the necessary required skills, to play a part in rebuilding our economy. The minister has mentioned, and I agree with you, Minister, that we need to march to the doors of those who took part in the destruction of our country. But Minister, we have fallen short of saying, besides marching to the doors of those, let's ask the Hawks to go to the next appearance of President Jacob Zuma in court, because that's where you will find all of them gathered. If the Hawks can camp in Pietermaritzburg sometime in June or July when former president appears in court, there will be no point for us to marching to all of them, because they will be gathered in one place, and the Hawks will have their work quite easy. Lastly, honorable members, I cannot agree more with the minister that SOEs, if they are properly managed, can play a part. But in our instance, Mr. Minister, there is virtually no single prospect of our SOEs succeeding because of a lot of other issues that Mr. Matibe and yourself have raised. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Nana. The next speaker is Honorable Nsube. Honorable Nsube. Honorable Nsube. Yes.
No, thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, honorable members of the Council. Public enterprises was created in South Africa in a strategic sectors in which the private sector did not wish to participate. Some like ESCOM and Transnet were created in ensuring energy security and efficient transport in rail, road, and aviation. Others were part of ensuring the country's self-sufficiency in armament sectors like DINEL, or in a forest sector like SAFCOL, to create value for the country from its forests. There are not only SOEs which function in strategic sectors of this economy, of the economy, as not all state-owned enterprises report to the Department of Public Enterprises. These entities function in the strategic sectors of the economy and make an important contribution to economic development, job creation, and skilling of the people who are employed by these companies. The department in the department, stable excluding SAA, more than 100,000 people are directly employed in, and these entities indirectly contribute to the employment of many more. Over the past number of years, some of these entities have been negatively affected by what we call state capture and corruption. At the same time, it must be said that not all SOEs have been affected by state capture and corruption. And some like SAFCOL and ACSA have been performing quite well, Honorable House Chair. However, the COVID-19 pandemic has negatively impacted on the economy, and which in turn has also impacted on the performance of the SOEs. The work of the department has definitely made positive contribution to the improvement and the recovery of SOEs under difficult circumstances that we find ourselves in. Honorable House Chair, it is important that we remain focused on a task of renewal of SOEs to achieve their operational and financial viability, as we have already implemented many phases to improvement in corporate governance. We should not be distracted by those who do not seek to have the mature policy conversation with us on the importance of SOEs and their economic contribution. How does one have a sensible debate and a dialogue with those who cannot acknowledge a single thing that the ANC government has done right or corrected? Honorable House Chair, therefore, I wish to turn my attention to the state-owned entities and raise pertinent issues which can be considered as a renewal of the SOEs. While SOEs have played an important part in job creation in all provinces in which they operate, contributed positively to the local economy, it is important that these entities clearly understand that their developmental mandate and commercial mandate, these entities must not carry a cost structure which their revenue does not support. SAFCOL is a case of successful state-owned entity which has challenges, but which equally has a great potential, Honorable House Chair. Its greatest challenge is around the land claims in which relations to the forest where its harvest its raw material in a form of wood. It also has important assets in neighboring countries. The land issue requires resolution, as this will create certainty over the raw material resources, which can positively impact on the balance sheet of the economy, of the company rather. The importance of this point is to ensure that the value downstream industry in furniture manufacture and other wood-related products. This industrialization program of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, such other wood products. This shift downstream on the part of SAFCOL is certainly on the national economic interest and will economically benefit many in the provinces in which SAFCOL conducts its business operation. SAFCOL registered a loss after many years, and this is largely a function of the. No, my apologies, Honorable House Chair. Yes, the lessons learned from this unprecedented experience is that the business needs to diversify the revenue stream to ensure that not only dependent on one or two sources of revenue, it must be upgraded its means to ensure business diversification. It has a huge asset base but lazy balance sheet, as it has like in a central energy fund dependent on cash reserves rather than investing in new business ventures. The company company certainly great potential going forward and can make a significant contribution on the economy of the country. Honorable House Chair, in the case of Alexco, it is important that the company go through the pain given the challenges which it is faced with. However, with the effort which has been made, the losses of the company has been reduced. It is also in the process of resolving issues which are complex with the community where it operates. The doubt created in the mind of many is the rationale for withdrawing of international mining companies from the area due to reduction in traditional mining areas of the resource base. The international mining company make choices for the least cost mining investment in any part of the world. However, we are South Africans, and need to however we are my apologies, Honorable House Chair. Where am I? Okay. We cannot. Therefore, it is encouraging that the progress is being made with this entity, even though it is slow given the complexity of issues. The corporate reconstructing of this entity will pay dividends going forward, creating stability through corporate governance of a new board and management for the business and ensuring that its head office is close to business. The company must ensure that it is able to engage in the further exploration for diamond resources in the area to enhance its revenue and create shareholder value. It provides economic opportunities in the Northern Cape and positively contribute to the economy of the country. While we acknowledge that there are many issues which need to be resolved and there is no quick fix, it is important this business forms part of mining interests which the state has for exploitation of a country's mineral for the benefit of the country. In the case of Dinel, Honorable House Chairperson and Honorable members, the company has many challenges given the role of the state capture and corruption. This entity can only re-emerge if there is a radical and revolutionary rupture with a scourge of state capture and corruption. It has taken far too long to ensure that there is a new board and management. It cannot be acceptable it cannot be acceptable that President in every zone encourages the purchase of locally manufactured goods, but our own law enforcement and defense present services purchases arms and ammunition from foreign companies at the expense of my apologies, Chair, Honorable House Chair.
As you conclude.
I'm concluding. Honorable House Chair, as we can see, I sought not to only focus on the success of the department, but however to raise critical issues that are affecting all our state-owned entities. But the ANC is indeed determined to resolve all the challenges that we are faced with. And the ANC really supports the policy on vote on public enterprise. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Arontsube. The next speaker is the Eastern Cape Honorable MEC Mvogo.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair, and good afternoon. Deputy Minister, Ms. Minister and Deputy Minister, honorable members. Honorable Chair, as the Eastern Cape government, we wish to welcome and support the budget vote for the Department of Public Enterprises as presented by the Honorable Minister Kodan. This augurs well with the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, especially on accelerating structural reforms by modernizing and reforming network industries, working with the SOEs as presented by the Honorable Minister. The development of innovative solutions aimed at relieving pressure from the fiscus, working with the SOCs, is encouraging, with expectation that there will also be cooperation with the provincial governments in the process of creating enabling infrastructure and logistics to stimulate economic growth and development. On the energy sector, Honorable House Chair, we are noting the IRP 19 with the projected development for the renewable energy as part of the energy mix, aimed at contributing a total of 18.2 gigawatts to the South African grid by 2030. The country is currently experiencing prolonged electrical interruptions with associated economic consequences. Electricity is a vital enabler for economic growth, hence the future trajectory of new energy generation is embraced. With its excellent wind and solar resources, together with an ideal situation for liquid natural gas at the Kucha SEZ, the Eastern Cape is well positioned to host a large portion of new generation, and in so doing, harness significant investments, economic growth, and job creation opportunities. Noting that sustainable energy is considered a high growth sector under the Eastern Cape Provincial Economic Development Strategy, work has been done in the province to create an enabling environment for energy development. Furthermore, with 2 world-class special economic zones, the Eastern Cape province has a history of leveraging the development of local industry opportunities with a view to excelling as world-class energy hub, which harnesses the full value chain possibilities of the sector. On the just energy transition, Honorable House Chair, the Eastern Cape province welcomes the development and looking forward to its rollout process. While the narrative of the just energy transition often focuses on the coal regions of the country, we also need to note that it is equally applicable to a province such as the Eastern Cape, which suffers from a historical legacy of spatial economic distortion and hence is one of the most unequal provinces in the country in terms of the Gini coefficient. The economic development benefits aligned to the build of new generation capacity can be significant. And we as a province embraces the possibility of optimizing the potential socio-economic benefits of wind and solar farms. Given that the rural nature of the Eastern Cape province, the just energy transition is welcomed as a means of achieving a geographic balance and an economic reach into the rural and most poor parts of the province and country. The legal separation of the transmission company from ISCOM is welcomed, as this heralds new possibilities for investments in the energy sector. The Eastern Cape province has a significant pipeline of prospective energy generation projects where access to transmission grid will go a long way towards unlocking these investments. This will contribute towards both provincial and national economic growth and energy security. Furthermore, the municipal debt affecting ESCOM liquidity and capacity to deliver the ESCOM's active partnership model at Maluti Apofung Municipality Pilot is welcomed, and we are waiting in anticipation for its rollout in the province and municipalities. We view this as crucial intervention in addressing unstable electricity provision in the municipalities, which also impacts negatively on the development of small towns. On the Transnet, on the logistics front, Honorable House Chair, with the possibilities of working with Transnet, the province appreciates the decision of Transnet to relocate to Gqeberha, and this will assist the province to further develop its capabilities on logistics for especially rail and port development for exports. Noting the support for the Cape Town and Durban, the province cannot be left out as a coastal province. This calls for a more developmental approach as ports are critical enablers for industries, especially for the export development. The East London port remains the most underdeveloped ports in the port system of TNPA, with over 50 years of no considerable investment. However, it is the same port that services the significant investors such as Mercedes-Benz of South Africa, who have invested more than 6 billion rand in plant upgrades in the region and are still committed with limited support on the infrastructure upgrades at the port. This port is critical for enabling trade and manufacturing in the greater Eastern Cape province as it links with the former Transkei region. Currently, all bulk containers are shipped to the Eastern Cape via the port of Ngqura and transshipped to the port of East London due to the narrow and shallow channel of the port, hence affecting logistical costs for the companies in the Buffalo City Metropolitan Municipality and Eastern Cape region, and the Eastern region. We therefore need to work together in widening and deepening of the port, accompanied with a car terminal and tourist terminal to support the industries through reduced cost of doing business in the region for increased competitiveness. As I conclude, Honorable Chair, I wish to submit that we need all the necessary support as the province in implementing the rationalization of public entities project. The success of the rationalization project will see improved functionality of these public entities to be model strategic partners for the development and growth aspirations of the provincial government. One aspect of that would be to review remuneration policy of the entities to be in line with the normal public sector prescripts. Another element would be to scale down the boards of these public entities for ultimate value and have progressive impact in the minimization of the wage bill. I wish to commend all the work that is being done by the Department of Public Enterprises led by Minister Kodan in dealing with all the corrupt activities that are associated with state entities, thereby creating an environment for stable governance, stable operation and finances of these SOEs so that they return to their basic mandate and importantly, repurpose, redirect, restructure them with their boards to meet the demands of South Africa's economy and its people and the opportunities in their sectors. With those words, I wish to welcome the 21-22 budget vote for the Department of Public Enterprise. I thank you, Honorable House Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mvogo. The next speaker is Honorable Arnott. Honorable Arnott.
Thank you, House Chairperson. The empty promises of the ANC government of a new dawn and a new era for managing state-owned companies has resulted in the total collapse of these entities. The transformation agenda of the state-owned companies under the watch of Mr. Jamnandas and for many years in government has created an environment for corruption to flourish. Why did you not pay back the money when the stealing and the looting of the resources started? Now, the capturing of Eskom as seen playing out at the Commission of Inquiry into State Capture has highlighted the state of affairs at Eskom. Now, South Africans must suffer under your government with load shedding, energy insecurity, aging power stations, job losses, fraud, corruption, and mismanagement. Awarding of fraudulent contracts to politically connected companies and individuals has damaged the image of the country. It is for this reason why government, including SOEs, must do away with outsourcing and tenders. To rebuild South Africa's economy, we have to build state capacity in strategic sectors, and we must build SOEs and use state procurement through these SOEs as a driver for localization. This is also why we must amend the Public Finance Management Act to ensure that 80% of all government procurement is sourced locally. Your numerous promises to stabilize SOEs, including a new bill to govern state-owned entities, will not solve the challenges of mismanagement and corruption. There is no political will to turn around SOEs. Instead, the ultimate goal is to privatize these entities for the benefit of white monopoly capital. The Department of Public Enterprises aims and vision is to drive investment, job creation, and to provide decisive strategic direction to state-owned companies. Mr. Zamnandas, under your watch, there is no direction. Your government has grounded and collapsed South African Airways and South African Express. You have delivered on the mandate to ensure that only white-owned private companies play a meaningful role in the aviation space after the collapse of SAA. The empty promises of job creation by your government through SOCs has resulted in massive job losses, with SAA and SA Express combined putting more than 4,000 workers out of jobs. As we have said before, we are not surprised by this because we know that there is a deliberate, organized plan to hand over strategic public assets to the hands of a few whites to further entrench control of the economy. The ultimate aim is to strip the country from its ability to develop. The biggest losers will be all South Africans. It is misguided to think that we can entrust the private sector with energy security and still expect economic development and transformation. Those who control energy generation will ultimately control the development trajectory of this country. And we know that those who want to control energy generations are racist, narrow-minded, and only think of themselves driven by greed. As the economic freedom fighters, we are well aware that well-run, effective, and efficient state-owned entities are major contributors to economic growth and job creation, especially for young people. We will rebuild state capacity when we take over and bring an end to non-payment of workers' salaries, unmanageable debt, dysfunctional management, and rapid degeneration of all strategic SOEs. Chairperson, South Africans has lost hope in the ability of a directionless Mr. Zamnandas to lead the kind of change needed at this moment in the history of this country. The step-aside rule must apply. The economic freedom fighters rejects the budget vote 10 of the Department of Public Enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Honorable President Seth.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Minister, in the South African environment, the African National Congress catered policy and deployment strategy has its genesis in an ANC document called the National Democratic Revolution. Is it still on track? This document first saw the light of day at the African National Congress National Consultative Conference in June 1985. According to this document, cadre education ANC centers should carry out programs to improve the skills of cadres in various fields. The following guidelines were enunciated. The political performance of cadres should at all times be the guide for placement and promotions. The heads of departments must display a keen interest in the performance of cadres on their staff and encourage and follow up their participation. My apologies, Honourable Chairperson. Heads of departments must display a keen interest in the performance of cadres. Heads of departments must display a keen interest in the performance of cadres and their staff and encourage and follow up on their participation in the political life of the region. Cadres who perform badly at their task should be confronted and criticized with a view to improving their performance, whilst care is taken that cadres do not take advantage of a lenient approach.
The phone is still ringing.
Furthermore, the following criteria for the ideal cadre were laid out. Informed and ideologically grounded. The new cadre should be able to understand and appreciate the ideological orientation, policies, and political programs of the African National Congress. The ideal cadre must be an ANC organizer and a teacher. This cadre is to be a magnet for new members of the organization. An ideal cadre must be loyal and disciplined. He or she will pursue the implementation of any decision with vigor and commitment, even though he may have held a dissenting voice. And this is the most amusing part. The ideal cadre must be anti-corruption and anti-crime. This person must be the first point of call in the fight against corruption, and those who are corrupt must be brought to book. Now, in 1997, the ANC represented this as part of its transformation agenda. In a discussion document titled Transformation of the State, Property Relations and Social Transformation, it explained transformation as, first and foremost, extending the power of the national liberation movement over all levers of power, the army, the police, the bureaucracy, intelligence structures, the judiciary, parastatals, and agencies such as regulatory bodies, the public broadcaster, the central bank, and so on. Now we fast forward to April 2021, and we have the President of our Republic, the Honorable Cyril Ramaphosa, himself a former chair of the Cadre Deployment Committee, conceding to the Zondo Commission on State Capture that, and I quote the President, recommendations of the ANC Deployment Committee disadvantages quality people who were not recommended. He confirmed that the committee did get involved in the appointment of directors generals, premiers, and public representatives in government. It is simply inevitable, Mr. Honourable Chairperson, that this policy and the prioritization of the ANC over the capable state would weaken the position of the most obvious target of cadre deployment, and that is public enterprises. The once well-functioning SAA, Eskom, Denel, Transport, Sanral, PRASA, to name a few of the 22 enterprises, have been turned into glorified employment agencies. This was evident recently when Eskom agreed that 6,000 employees were redundant and needed to be restructured. The criteria detailed above pay scant regard to qualifications and ability, hence the concession by President Ramaphosa, no less. And so, whatever the intentions of the ANC may have been in 1985, the seeds of the incapable state were sown 36 years ago, and the harvest of chaos is now being reaped. The terrible reality is that when you fill an organization with unqualified staff, performance is drastically reduced, and even more worrying, you have a staff that do not even know that they have a problem, let alone how to fix the problem. The issue is drawn into stark relief when one considers the recent news of a loss of an estimated 1 million litres of jet fuel from a Transnet pipeline in Midvaal, caused by tenants stealing fuel over 1 year. How is it possible that such an activity could continue over such a lengthy period of time? I will tell you, the deployment of cadres by the ANC who do not have the requisite skills to detect such an issue, let alone fix it. That's how it happens. But rest assured, the DA run Midvaal and our colleague Honourable Rada is on the case, and they will ensure that the problem is fixed and that heads of Transnet will roll. Watch this space. And of course, then you open the proverbial barn door to looting on a massive scale. The mechanics of this are simple and evident from 20 years of experience I have as a forensic financial investigator and the 5 years I served in SCOPA. Former government employees, now in the private sector, roam the landscape like hyenas, looking for weak stragglers and target them, first with lunches and dinners, then gifts, then hardcore cash payments, and finally with blackmail. And so a network of sustainable corruption is established, like a slow poison over many, many years. This is the massive challenging facing the Department of Public Enterprises. Cadre deployment must stop. Skills audits must be conducted. Systems must be implemented to enforce ethics. Persons contravening the rules must account and, if necessary, must serve jail time. Given recent history, I'm unfortunately not hopeful that any of this will be achieved. The only feasible alternative is regime change. Remove those responsible for the mess and replace them with a party with the best, indisputable track record of clean governance, the Democratic Alliance, the party that simply gets things done. I thank you, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable President. The next speaker is the Western Cape chairperson of the Standing Committee on Finance, Economic Appropriation and Tourism, Honorable Patman. Honorable Patman.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, fellow South Africans. Ek het 'n hele paar appeltjies om te skil vandag met Minister Godaan, but I'm going to stick to just one for now. Since 2019, the Standing Committee of Finance, Economic Opportunities and Tourism in the Western Cape have completed various energy oversight visits across the Western Cape. We've conducted oversight at Eskom Ankerlig and Gorica Power Plant, Saldanha by IDZ, Atlantis Special Economic Zone. We've had briefings from our Provincial Department of Economic Development, the Eskom COO and the Gas Directorate in Transnet on renewable energy, liquefied natural gas and alternate energy sources and the impact of load shedding on our province. And we've engaged private companies such as Total SA, ArcelorMittal, and even a bioenergy company in the George area. In 2020, during our Energy Week, we scheduled an important meeting with Petro SA, given the impact it would have on the people of Mossel Bay if it had to close down. Already having traveled to the area op die laaste nippertjie, as we say in Afrikaans, Petro SA cancelled on our oversight visit, claiming an urgent meeting with national government. 1 week later, the National Parliament Committee visited Petro SA on an oversight visit, and we are yet to receive our own report on the matter. Chairperson, in 2018, Petro SA had a severe cash flow problem. There was 7.4 billion rand short of its 9.6 billion rand rehabilitation liability. At the time, it had further suffered a net loss of 1.4 billion rand. In 2020, the Central Energy Fund outlined a list of support measures that was required to assist Petro SA out of this hazardous financial position. This list included a focus on the development of infrastructure and growth projects, which included the development of LNG import terminal, allocation of carbon tax funds to execute LNG projects, and more. President Ramaphosa also promised in his SONA address that he was going to consolidate South Africa's 740 state-owned entities. This plan included merging Petro SA, the Strategic Fuel Fund, and iGas into the National Petroleum Company. In January, Petro SA issued retrenchment notices and cut around 500 employees of its 1,424 staff. This will naturally have a devastating effect on the local economy of Mossel Bay, which is dependent on the refinery. It was reported at the time that the closure of the plant would result in an estimated annual loss of 1 billion rand for the local economy. There are conflicting reports currently whether or not Petro SA is able to pay the employees on time, despite the promises made in the media, placing thousands of jobs at risk. And the minister must please clarify this matter today. Have the employees been paid? If not, will they be paid? If so, by when will they be paid, if any? That is further why the Standing Committee has yesterday resolved to reschedule our oversight to Petro SA for the committee to be briefed on the way forward for the entity in the province and the ways in which the Western Cape might support the national government's work in protecting the livelihoods of thousands while bringing energy security to the Western Cape. And while Petro SA has been limping along, the years of mismanagement have now caught up with the entity. And it will not be you, Minister Godaan, who will put food on the table of these families at the end of the month. The SOE is entering its 6th month without any operations because of gas shortages. And in the year before, the Mossel Bay refinery was only functioning at 1/3 of its capacity due to the reduced gas availability. To make matters worse, national government knew for 20 years that Petro SA would run out of gas this year. And it is now in 2021, and national government is shocked that Petro SA has run out of gas. So currently we have a gas SOE that produces no gas. And while all this has been happening, employees have been retained, while the plant generated no income, all paid by the taxpayers. Some experts estimate that it would cost more than 8 billion rand to decommission the plant. Given this, it would be cheaper to run the plant at a small loss for a short while than to decommission the plant, which would have a devastating economic impact on the people of Mossel Bay. Implementing a solution to the ever-shrinking gas availability in the country could take up to 12 months, and it is common knowledge that further damage to the plant will need to be repaired before the refinery can once again operate at full capacity. Hope came last year when Total found large gas deposits off the coast of Mossel Bay. At the time, I called for national government to urgently speed up the upstream petroleum resources development bill, which would have given Total the policy certainty and security it would need to develop these sites. However, in April, Total said it had paused its application to conduct further oil and gas exploration of the coast of South Africa and gave no reason for this decision. The importation of LNG is the best short-term solution to protect and safeguard the thousands of jobs that are now at risk. However, national government must urgently act to secure these jobs and bring energy security to South Africa. National government needs to upgrade the necessary infrastructure at Gerikwa and the TNPA Mossel Bay port in order to make the importation of LNG from Saldanha Bay and Mossel Bay ports possible. Studies show you can import the LNG via a floating storage unit, shuttle it to a regas barge, and then decide either a high pressure pipeline on the northern line of approximately 20 kilometers or on the southern line, and then connecting it to the existing pipeline of approximately then 24 kilometers. And since LNG is readily available internationally, you can import it and then convince Total to continue with its operations and continue using the LNG until the Total's gas is commercially viable, which will estimated be taking about 10 years. This can be done while the various port infrastructure is upgraded. Finally, Minister Gordhan, I've been informed by various independent sources of a new development at Petro SA this week, and I do not know whether there are any merits to this matter. So instead, I've decided to put the question to you today instead of relying on rumors on the ground. Minister Gordhan, is it true that Petro SA board, in part or in its entirety, has been dissolved this week? Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Batman. The next speaker is Honorable Dutoit.
A point of order, Chairperson.
Okay, Honorable Minister, can I take the point of order?
Thank you, sir. The last speaker gave us a useful education on Petro SA, but you might want to inform the honorable member that Petro SA is under the stable of the Mineral and Energy Department, not public enterprises. Thank you very much.
The point of order is sustained. It's true. It's not under this budget vote. It's on a different one, the one of Honorable Mantashe. Honorable Dutoit.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Agbare minister, thank you for voicing your stance against corruption. Has the department's mandate been fulfilled up to now? What is the department's mandate? Honorable Chair, the department's portfolio has 7 state-owned companies that is currently in financial turmoil. Kundigheid word agterweë gelaat as dit by hierdie entiteite kom, aangesien regstellende aksie en swart ekonomiese bemagtiging die wagwoord is. No wonder our state-owned entities are in such miserable financial state. Up to now, appointments were done on the basis of skin color and not on qualifications and expertise. Minister Gordhan, are there any truth in the rumors that there is chloride damage to the concrete reactor containment domes at Kuiberg, as well as the alleged damage in the stainless steel used in the structures of the plant? Will you be able to provide a detailed report without radications where information is blanked out under the heading opinion or sensitive technical information? The safety of South Africans must be placed on the top of the priority list, not the way political party ministers are perceived to perform in their departments. False rumors must be defeated by facts and by evidence. And please state the facts, Minister. We deserve to know the truth. Can you guarantee the safety of Kuiberg employees as well as the people that reside in the surrounding areas? The Department of Public Enterprises has been in the media for quite some time, not for positive reasons. The department is one of South Africa's large black holes where billions of rands have been poured in. I thank the PMG for the following statistics and figures. The Excelkor diamond mining plant, the 2019-2020, it reported a loss of 99 million rand. As such, the company is dependent on financing the settled operating expenses, which is not sustainable and exposes it to the risk of liquidation. Denel, it recently had an unaudited loss of 1.8 billion rand in the 2019-2020, compared to a loss of 1.7 billion in 2018-2019. This was mainly driven by poor program management and liquidity challenges that constrained operations and affected sales. Eskom, government has committed to provide financial support to assist with the company's debt service obligations. Thus far, 49 billion rand in 2019-2020, 56 billion rand in 2020-21 have been provided, and a further 31.7 billion allocated in the 2021-2022 financial year. Over the 3 financial years, a total of 136.7 billion rand, and this is only for assistance with debt service costs. no operational cost. The list goes on. SAA, SA Express, the South African Forestry Company, and Transnet, all of them losses. The sacrifice this department made in the pursuit to fulfill its mandate was a loss of capable, skilled personnel and the drainage of funds in South Africa. The Freedom Front Plus wants government to privatize these state-owned entities and stop cadre deployment, BEE, and affirmative action. Privatized companies like Sasol contributes to job creation and the economy of South Africa. Focus op volhoubare, bekostigbare kragvoorsiening vir alle Suid-Afrikaners. Minister Gordhan, skaf regstellende aksie en swart ekonomiese bemagtiging af sodat aanstellings op 'n gelyke basis kan plaasvind. Kundigheid, die katalisator tot groei kan wees in Suid-Afrika in entiteite. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honorable Du Toit. Now I'll call upon the Deputy Minister of Public Enterprises, Honorable Maswale. Then Honorable Ngwenya will take over. Honorable DM.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. The delegates to the Assembly representing provinces as well as our local government, the Honorable Minister, ladies and gentlemen, I consider it an extreme honor and privilege to participate in this important debate as led by Minister Gordhan. Before I proceed, just yesterday, Honorable Chairperson, in the National Assembly, there was a somber moment dedicated to celebrating yet another life of an honorable member of the National Assembly, lost to this pandemic that is ravaging the whole world. I wish to add a voice of sympathy and solidarity to all those affected in whatever form by this pandemic. The efforts by our government aimed at defeating this pandemic indeed need the support of all of us in society. Honorable Chairperson, it requires no rocket science, appreciating the reality that the seismic effects of this pandemic are indeed of epoch-making proportions. There shall be the world before COVID-19 and another after COVID-19. It is with this understanding that the President of the Republic, President Ramaphosa, has placed before the nation the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan. The state-owned companies that our department oversees must be looked at and measured by the extent to which they contribute to the attainment of the vision articulated therein. Continuously, our efforts are aimed at positioning these entities to contribute towards accelerated growth and transformation. State-owned enterprises are legal entities created by government to undertake commercial activities on its behalf. As in other countries, state-owned enterprises play a critical role in the economy, and their financial status is thus an important component of public finances overall. For the short term, the focus by Alexco will be to turn around the diamond operations and ensure that both Alexco and the PSJV, the pooling and sharing joint venture, are financially sustainable. Some of the plans to be implemented include the consolidating of the two offices, as well as removing duplicate functions at both head office as well as Alexander Bay, where operations are taking place. With cost reduction initiatives implemented during this financial year, the Diamond joint venture operations is expected to realize a profit following 3 years of losses. The department is in the process of appointing directors to the Alexco board to provide leadership and restore confidence in the company following governance failures linked to state capture. Over the past 5 years, Alexco has undertaken diamond cutting and polishing activities, although on a small scale. The entity is exploring the partnership with the Kimberley International Diamond and Jewelry Academy for provision of training and skills development to local Richtersveld community members in the areas of diamond cutting and polishing. Although the cutting and polishing sectors derives the smallest margins along the diamond value chain, the sector is most labor intensive and thus has greater potential for job creation. Regarding South African Express Airways, it is common knowledge that South African Express Airways has been under provisional liquidation by way of a court order since April 29th, 2020. The airline has, again, through the leadership of those, the liquidators, approached court for the extension of the period of the liquidation to the 28th of July, 2021. This will see, hopefully, the completion of the sale agreement where a preferred bidder, Fly SAX, is expected to provide guarantees on the purchase of the shares that it has undertaken to do. We also have underway the Section 417 and 418 inquiries, wherein there has to be a deeper investigation of what went wrong. And in this respect, both the board members as well as the management of the SA Express will be amongst the employees of the airline to be invited to account at the inquiry about the role leading up to the demise of the airline. The department has appointed through state attorney a representative as well to look into the interests of the department in this respect. It's important also to note that as part of the workers in the entity, both NUMSA as well as SACA have approached the Constitutional Court seeking clarity on certain aspects of liquidation. We're looking into that with anticipation so as to provide clarity on a number of questions. Regarding SAFCOL, this entity currently is processing approximately 15% of saw logs that it's producing. We're looking as a short to medium term objective to increase this to more than 60%. And this company has already concluded a business case in respect of the timber dollar reinvestment project. This project, fully implemented, will ramp up the revenue generation capacity of this entity. SAFCOL as well is looking to increase revenue generation in the partnership we have with Ifloma, which is a company we are in partnership with the Mozambican government. We're looking to collaborate as well with the Department of Fisheries and Forestries in respect of developing a viable strategy to revitalizing state-owned category B and C plantations, where the majority of our people have the opportunity to participate. SAFCOL is also a key contributor in the implementation of the Forestry Master Plan, which includes encouraging sector growth, investment, job creation, as well as improving competitiveness. Regarding the business operating model at Denel, we have, working with the board, dealt with the challenges. At present, Denel continues to experience liquidity constraints, while many of the operational and financial and other strategic initiatives implemented as part of the 2019 turnaround plan have been effective. There's still a lot to be achieved. Going forward, it is imperative that the business is restructured for efficiency to eliminate duplications and improve operational efficiencies. The new model will include, among others, restructuring of the balance sheet to ensure financial sustainability, reducing overheads, and as well as redundancies. Of course, also for pursuit of access to new markets and technologies through smart partnering, joint ventures, as well as strategic equity partners. We seek through this strategy to reduce reliance on government funding and expand relevance of Denel beyond just the defense market. I'd really like, as I go towards a concluding, Chair, indicate that with the Minister, the Director General, there is a concerted effort to make sure that these entities indeed turn around. Just to deal with a few matters that have arisen, I'm happy we have already corrected the Honorable Bartman, who seems to have brought a wrong speech to this debate, that she actually came to a wrong budget vote. We fully support the Honorable MEC of the Eastern Cape, Honorable Mvoko, on the need to ensure partnerships in pursuing as well as leveraging small and medium enterprises' participation in the electricity distribution and generation industries. I am absolutely in agreement with Honorable Nana, who spoke here in the sense that he needs correction. I agree, he has lost some ideas, definitely, and it could be owing to the wilderness. Perhaps he should be finding himself where he is. Countries develop differently from one another. It does not follow that what is put to application in a particular country will have similar results in another country. So this assertion, just bringing anything that has been tried elsewhere to say if we proceed with it here, it is not going to succeed, it is without merit, it is not supported by facts. I should say, Honorable Chair, that we make no apologies for pursuing affirmative action. For if we were to go by what is happening in the private sector, we probably would sit with a situation in which the entirety of the management function completely reflects white without a women component on it. That we make no apology for. But yes, in the implementation, we have to look at ensuring that people with the right skills, fit for purpose, get appointed in positions, but affirmative action cannot be abandoned given the history we're coming from as a country. I thank you, Honorable Chair, and again, I wish to implore honorable members to support this vote. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. The next speaker is Honorable X Ngwezi, Inkatha Freedom Party. Honorable Ngwezi. Again?
Doesn't seem to be in the house.
All right. Thanks, Advocate. And we are going to continue with our list. The next speaker is Honorable C.F.P. Smith, DA.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, firstly, I want to respond to Minister Gordon. Minister Gordon, don't dare to try and pretend as if you and your ANC government had no role in this chaotic situation public enterprises find itself in today. Where were you when the DA exposed all this corruption and called for action?
Point of order, Chair.
Okay, what a point of order, Honorable Member?
In terms of rules of debate, Chair, Rule 43, a member must address the Chair when speaking. The member is now addressing the minister directly instead of addressing through you. Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Smith, can you please address me, not the minister, please?
Honorable Chair, if everybody listened very carefully, you would have heard that I said that through the chair, I am saying, with the minister, where were you when the DA exposed all the corruption and called for action? Where were the president then, the president of the ANC then, and then the deputy president of the country when we voted to oust Zuma? No, Minister. They say if you look the other way when a crime is committed, you are complacent to that crime. Minister, all of you were complacent to corruption. You and your ANC rallied around Zuma when we called for his head. Don't try to distance yourself from corruption now. ANC and corruption are in the same WhatsApp group. Honorable Ntube, I suggest next time before you debate, you actually read the speech written for you beforehand. I thought you would have come up for your father figure who handpicked you for this position and defend him. I am sure ACE is highly disappointed in you today. Instead, you attempted a very lame effort to justify the mess
Mara
public
Smith.
enterprises find itself in. Deputy Minister, you forgot to say that SAFCOL hang on a string, as a majority of the land it operates on is under claim by communities, and that government are cheating them with rent it pays to them, which is peanuts. Selfish, shameless, and no care for ordinary poor South Africans. Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, the business world, in the business world, there is something called a petty cash. For the ANC government and their chommies, the Guptas, it is called public enterprises. This ANC government oversaw, enabled, allowed, and even took part in the looting frenzy that we now know reached almost 50 billion through the Guptas alone. Many of these cash cows for the ANC has no strategic relevance anymore, but rather block private investment and healthy competition that will benefit ordinary South Africans. Some examples are SAA and Eskom's power generation capacity. But instead of getting rid of these fiscal burdens on tax-paying South Africans, this government is obsessed with total control and power because it is all about the money. The greedy vultures can't stop licking their lips for the billions they can stuff in their pockets. Sisman, you should be ashamed of yourself, ANC. But fellow South Africans, there is light on the horizon. And that light is a DA-led government that is accountable and responsible, that has been proven without any doubt in places where we govern, like Midvaal in Gauteng, Kouga in the Eastern Cape, and of course, the Western Cape province as a whole, with the majority of the municipalities. We are getting clean audits after clean audits. We are innovative and business friendly. We have the lowest unemployment rate of all over the country. The DA get things done. The time for change is now. Let's make this happen, South Africa, because we are stronger together, united in our diversity as individuals. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Honorable Mama Bibi, Mama, African National Congress.
Ngiyabonga mama. Sihlalo womhlangano. Ngibingelele zonke ithameli zethu ezikhona namhlanje. Ngibonge ngokuthi ungineza ithuba lokuthi ngibe ingxenye yale nkulumo mpikiswano yanamhlanje. Sihlalo wami kuyangidida kabi ukuthi umhlonishwa uSmith angazokhuluma indaba angazazi. Ekubeni nabo asiwathatha amaward abo ngathi siyabukisa. Ngoba sebebonile abantu bakithi ukuthi sebekhathele ibona ukuthi bakwazi ukuthi basicala ucalule. Khona manje nje kusaluhamba uFandam ubashiyile, angisakhulumi ke abanye-ke abazolandela kube uholobo. Khulunyiswa inhliziyo ebuhlungu babazi ukuthi nje i-DA iyawa and it's dying slowly and slowly and slowly. Honorable Chairperson, the policy vote on public enterprise is occurring at a time when much progress has been made by the department, but this has been overshadowed by the challenges which the country is facing. The country is dealing with the challenges relating to COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on the provinces and municipalities. The pandemic has had the negative impact on the economy. Kanti futhi kuqhubeka njalo ukuthi ububha buye phambili nokuthi kube izitswelo ngqesho imisebenzi ingabibikho kuma province. Honorable Chairperson, in order to save lives and flatten the curve, government introduced disaster management regulations to mitigate the economy effects of the pandemic. Government introduced a special appropriation budget to assist working class and poor families with grants and workers with TERS benefit to preserve jobs. In addition, Chairperson, the ANC government made funding available to ensure the survival of the companies. The challenges were compounded by the fact that SOEs were negatively, sorry, Chairperson, affected by the state capture and corruption. And honorable members, the Sixth Parliament has taken up the challenges of fighting state capture and corruption, and the changes in boards and management was the first logical step to ensure that the state capture and corruption can be defeated in the entities. The new boards and management of the SOEs, in conjunction with the law enforcement.
Honorable member, Mamlindi.
Okay, sorry, Salo-san. Okay, the new boards and management of the SOEs, in conjunction with the law enforcement agencies, have made progress to defeat state capture and corruption. There have been many reports that have indicated arrests, asset seizure, even financial recoveries. The department, whilst functioning under very challenging conditions, has made steady progress in ensuring that corruption is effectively dealt with. Siyaxabakela labo ontaba kayikhonjwa abasitshela indaba yokuthi si-corrupt thina, kodwa bona babona ukuthi zonke izinto sihambisa ngendlela, yonke into i-transparency is there. The only thing that they are doing, they are not even ukuthi baseke i-budget leyo. Kulaba abantu ababalalele kuyinkinga kakhulu ukubona ngoba bazogijima bavotela kodwa abayiseki le budget esifuna ukuthi ibe khona ukuze sikwazi ukuthi silungise izinto. Moreover, the appointment of the new board management was critical to restore corporate governance and financial controls as set out by the PFMA. This has been very encouraging. Into enhle iyanconywa, Minister. Electricity is the backbone for the functioning of the economy. No modern economy can function without the effective supply of electricity. Since 1994, the ANC government rolled out the electrification program for townships, hospitals, and schools to improve quality of life for the majority who were historically disadvantaged under apartheid. Honorable Smith. In electricity supply, ESCOM is currently the only supply of electricity in the country, and therefore they cannot merely be wished away. As some of the opposition would like us to believe, ESCOM has been faced with many challenges through state capture and corruption. Communities in all provinces have faced load shedding due to ESCOM having aging plants and its new plant, Medupi and Gusile, not being fully operational. At the same time, electricity tariffs has gone up, which impacts on household income in all provinces. The large municipality debt has negatively impacted on the finances of ESCOM. This issue needs to be dealt with by government as a matter of urgency. While there has been a reduction in this debt through the installation of prepaid meters, it is a very important solution that is found for the debt, and that in all new electrification projects that prepaid are installed. Chairperson, we must, as a country, develop a culture payment for services as these services improve the quality of life. However, in this 6th Parliament, under the leadership of the Department of Public Enterprise, ESCOM has made progress in many areas. And in terms of ESCOM, the entity has commenced with maintenance in the other power stations in an attempt to reduce load shedding as much as possible. It has also worked to correct the defects in Medupi and Gusile, and most of the units in Medupi are now functional. Honorable members, the entity has renegotiated its coal contracts in ensure that it is based on the loss plus system, which is transparent. ESCOM has commenced restructuring of the entity to create 3 operating divisions for generation, transmission, and distribution under a holding company. This creation of divisions is to ensure that expansion of the electricity generation industry to ensure that load shedding can be eliminated. Expansion of generation capacity is important for ensuring inclusive economic growth and development for the success of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan. The expansion of the electricity sector, Chairperson, through independent power producers was announced by the President in the SONA of 2020. The expansion is going to be based on the renewable energy, which will be based in different provinces. Chairperson, this will contribute to job creation in the country and also will reduce load shedding. The restructuring of ESCOM to create separate divisions will ensure that the IPP power is able to be transmitted through the transmission division of ESCOM. Chairperson, ESCOM cannot be wished away as the opposition does, as every new supply independent to ESCOM for transmission and distribution. The SOE is intended to refurbish its power stations, which are close to the end of its life, with green technology as part of the just transition. Honorable members and honorable chairperson, the just transition means that ESCOM is committed to the communities in which its plants functions, and this contribution to job creation and economic activities in local areas where the entity operators do. ESCOM employs some 45,000 workers directly and indirectly, employs 188,000 workers in all the provinces in which the entity functions. This is not a small contribution to job creation, honorable members. The entity earned strong revenue last year under difficult economic conditions. And while in mad of profit, this was drowned by its debt repayment. Chairperson, as I conclude, there's much hard work still to be done at ESCOM to ensure the operation and financial renewal of ESCOM, but encouraging start has been made. The department plans and programs for the financial year will assist us to make even further progress to renew the entity. Chairperson, the implementation of the economic reconstruction and the recovery plan depends on the expansion of the electricity sector and ensuring the ESCOM efficiency function. The restriction of load shedding and its elimination will improve the lives of the people of our country and allow for economic growth and job creation.
Time is over, Honorable Member.
ANC supports the policy in the good debate. Iyayeseka ukhongolose.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. Order, honorable members. The next speaker is Honorable P. Masule, Deputy Minister of Public Enterprise.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair of the session. Let me thank all the honorable members who have deliberated on this budget and policy statement made by our minister. And I trust that you will find it in yourselves to support this because it is the correct thing to do. I wanted at the outset to suggest we should not be distracted. We have presented a plan, and that plan at the core of it is to propel the state-owned companies into a new and a better future in which they contribute towards economic reconstruction as well as renewal. The role and place of these entities belongs in that future. We cannot run away from the fact that there has been a negative impact that has afflicted these state organs, and to that effect, measures with very firm determination have been put in place to correct the situation and to reposition these entities. We should all join hands in saying all those who are responsible for any malfeasance, upon investigation, they must face the music. All those who got things in an irregular manner, they must pay back the money. Companies, individuals, they must pay back the money so that the money gets reinvested for very good purposes that our country needs. I would like to just really deal with some of the problems or impressions created. I'd firstly like to speak to the whole issue around Quebec. For more than 2 decades, Quebec has provided clean and safe energy for the better part of the Western Cape, particularly the city of Cape Town, with no incident. Safety is a priority that is safeguarded by all means. Even recently, when some unit had to be taken out of service, safety measures were of the highest caliber that were observed. Going forward, the same would apply. And I just hope this is just not another attempt to try and propagate negatively against nuclear, which I know in some quarters, it's a matter that is constantly being perpetuated. Again, in respect, Honorable Arnold says there is no political will and goes on to suggest that the government is intending to let the private sector lead energy generation and energy provision for the country. That is far from the truth. Where we must agree is where the impact of state capture is to the effect that the investment capacity of our state-owned companies is minimized. We must tap on the private sector resources to advance the same cause. And this is what the Independent Power Producers Program is doing. It is filling a gap, but that should not be a permanent feature, in that once ESCOM is also recovered its investing ability, it should be able to also pursue these cleaner forms of energy, and of course within the just transition as enunciated. So that there is no will is without any foundation at all. Both the DA as well as the EFF seem to labor under the impression that these problems will lend them to being more acceptable to the people, hence they project themselves as the alternative. They must just go back and look at the by-elections that have been held. None of them attest to the fact that they are enjoying the kind of support that they purport to be as they talk here. I think let's focus on what needs to be done, and we appreciate all those who have expressed themselves in support of this budget vote. I thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. Other honorable members, honorable delegates, we shall now proceed to the second order of the day, policy debate on budget vote number 14, Transport Appropriation Bill before 2021 National Assembly, Section 77. I now call upon the Honorable F. Mbalula, Minister of Transport, to open the debate.
Honorable House Chair, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Deputy Minister Medikeledi Makati, Honorable delegates to the National Council of Provinces, fellow South Africans. Transport enables economic activity and access to social amenities. This is a shared responsibility among the three spheres of government. The role of provinces and local government in ensuring a public transport system that serves the needs of the people and effective regulation of road traffic cannot be overemphasized. As we continue to grapple with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on the economy and its disruptive effect on life as we know it, we are determined to accelerate economic recovery interventions. The transport sector has not escaped the devastation of the pandemic, and many of our people have been left unemployed and struggling to make ends meet in its wake. We are therefore committed that the economic recovery and expansion potential of investing in the transport sector has to be harnessed in a targeted and highly catalytic ways. In order to truly live up to its designation as a network industry, transport must activate multiple overlapping networks of economic activity. In this regard, transport in South Africa is central to trade, economic, social stability, and unwinding apartheid special planning. In our 2021-2022 budget, expenditure is expected to increase at an average annual rate of 8.1% from 57.3 billion in 2020-2021 to 72.5 billion in 2023-2024. Although the substantial share of the department's expenditure is directed towards rail infrastructure, maintenance, operations, and inventories, the balance of the budget is reserved for the South African National Roads Agency, SANRAL, for the upgrading and maintenance of the national road network, as well as provinces and municipalities for the construction, operations, and maintenance of transport infrastructure and services. To remain within government ceiling for compensation of employees, spending on this item decreases at an average annual rate of 0.3% from 536.8 million in 2020-2021 to 531.5 million in 2023-2024. Spending on goods and services is expected to increase at an average annual rate of 2.3% from 849 million in 2020-2021 to 909.7 million in 2023-2024. The allocations to the civil aviation program is expected to decrease at an average annual rate of 50.8% from 22.7 billion in 2021 to 319.2 million in 2023-2024 due to the capitalization of Airports Company South Africa, which needed support due to travel restrictions as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic in the 2020-2021 financial year. Honorable Chair, we are reviewing our aviation policy. We have seen a disturbing trend of where airports in the ownership of the state, but outside of the management of AXA and national government, have been downgraded due to failure to meet technical specifications. We have noted the downgrade of the Hikeng and Bisho airports and the recent downgrades to the Vonderboom Airport owned by the Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality and the GAL International Airport in Polokwane owned by the provincial government of Limpopo. To this end, and in pursuance of our National Airport Development Plan, we will engage with provinces and cities who own airports and seek to have these airports placed under the management of AXA. This will be done on a voluntary basis. We continue to make strides in giving effect to our industrial policy by positioning South Africa as a continental manufacturing hub for rolling stock. The Gibela factory in Ekurhuleni in the province of Gauteng continues to ramp up its production capacity as new trays roll off the assembly line every month. As at March 2021, 25 new trains had been provisionally accepted for delivery, bringing the total number of new trains delivered to date to 61. Chairperson, as we committed to returning to service our rail operations, we have identified 15 corridors across the country as priority corridors for service recovery in this financial year. The impact of COVID-19 restrictions exposed the vulnerability of our network, resulting in occupation of the rail reserve by people who built illegal settlements on the tracks and inside the reserve. This was further exacerbated by the wanton destruction, theft, and vandalism of our infrastructure. All hands are now on deck, working tirelessly to return to service passenger rail operations. Our security interventions, which are a product of collaboration with our law enforcement and intelligence authorities, are bearing fruit. Chairperson, as we committed to returning to service our rail operations, we have identified the following corridors as priority corridors for service recovery this financial year. In Gauteng, we have 7. In Western Cape, we have 3. In KwaZulu-Natal, 4. In the Eastern Cape, we have 1, which is East London to Berlin. For the mainline passenger services, we have prioritized 7 routes that will also be revived. On the Central Line in Cape Town, work is underway to upgrade infrastructure to enable the deployment of the new trains. Earlier this year, we resumed a limited service, but remain hamstrung by the settlements on the rail line and the reserve. Notwithstanding the challenges in this corridor, we are working round the clock to ensure that all infrastructure projects are completed on time for the full resumption of service with the deployment of the new trains at the end of January 2022. On the Mabopane corridor, infrastructure upgrades are also underway. The completion of phase 1 of the upgrades will enable the resumption of a limited service at the end of November 2021. The resumption of the full service is planned for early December 2021. Transfers to the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, PRASA, amount to 57 billion rand, accounting for an estimated 27.2% of the department's budget over the medium term. Delays in the rolling stock fleet renewal program, along with poor spending on rail infrastructure and the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, specifically lockdown restrictions, necessitated the reprioritization of funds to support other transport sector entities. As such, PRASA received no transfers from the department in 2020-2021 for the signaling and rolling stock renewal program. The reprioritization included a 2.3 billion capitalization of AXA and the 1.1 billion once-off gratuity to the taxi industry in 2020-21. Over the medium term, capital transfers to PRASA are expected to increase at an average annual rate of 164.3% from 700 million in 2020-2021 to 12.9 billion in 2023-2024. To offset revenue loss during the COVID-19 lockdown, operational transfers were temporarily increased in 2020-2021, accommodated by reductions to capital budgets. However, as they normalize over the medium term, operational transfers to PRASA are expected to decrease. At an average annual rate of 5% from 8.8 billion in 2020-2021 to 7.5 billion in 2023-2024. Chairperson, in our performance agreement with the President, we committed to reducing the carnage on our roads by 25% by March 2024. We have been emphatic that we cannot continue to attempt to solve all problems by employing the same tactics that have not worked in the past. It is on that basis that we have sought innovative ways to tackle the intractable challenge of wayward conduct of motorists. We have previously reflected on our plans to change traffic policing from a regular job to one that is undertaken 24 hours a day and 7 days a week. We have made significant progress in this regard and have finalized all consultations with provinces, law enforcement authorities, as well as organized labor. The outstanding step is for each provincial executive council to approve this determination, which will pave the way for the Minister of Public Service and Administration to place the matter before the General Public Service Bargaining Council. We recently pronounced our intention to introduce body cameras as new standard to reinforce traffic policy. The use of this technology will go a long way in gathering evidence on the interaction between the officers and motorists. This will undoubtedly improve the conviction rate of motorists who break the law and deal a death knell to corruption. Our collective commitment to arrest the carnage on our roads and save life and limb must be supported by all of us. We call on organized labor to rally behind this initiative and not allow themselves to be used by those with nefarious intents when in the line of duty. As part of strengthening the traffic management value chain, guided by the Constitution, we have started a process of looking into the possibility of streamlining and rationalizing our road traffic entities. This includes reviewing founding laws of some of these entities to ascertain areas of duplication, drivers of inefficiency, and areas that require streamlining. To that effect, we are looking at the mandates of the Traffic Management Corporation, the Road Traffic Infringement Agency, and the Driving License Card Account DLCA trading entity. It is our intention to merge RTMC with DLCA as soon as possible. Closely aligned to this is the review of the service delivery model of driver and vehicle licensing. We have been paying particular attention to the challenges confronting driving license testing centers across the country and the impact this have on the livelihoods of those who require these services to put bread on the table. We have taken heed of the plethora of complaints by members of the public, and we are taking decisive action to address the issues raised. The end game of our interventions is improved service delivery and enhanced efficiency in the functioning of DLTCs free of corruption. In the near future, in the month of June, we'll announce all interventions we'll be making in improving the driving license regime. We have engaged as the three spheres of government and have agreed on a range of measures that will address the most pressing challenges relating to driver and vehicle licensing. This includes longer operating hours, use of technology, etc. We have previously made commitment to the rollout of the ARTO, Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act of 1998, bolstered by the ARTO Amendment Act, which was signed into law by the President on the 13th of August 2019. Over the medium term, we have allocated to Road Traffic Infringement Agency 545 million to fund the rollout. 215 has been allocated for the current financial year. We are on track with our target to proclaim 1st of July 2021 as the effective date for the nationwide rollout of R2. Chairperson, there is a symbiotic relationship between carnage on our roads and the state of health of the road accident fund. Despite this, there has not been a nexus between the fuel levy and the number of accidents that occur on public roads. However, to exacerbate this challenge is the ever-increasing administrative cost of RAF scheme. RAF has operated on a financially unsustainable model for a number of decades. The long-term liabilities of the fund are now government's largest contingent liability. In recent years, the fund has also experienced liquidity challenges as claims against the fund has outpaced the growth in the RAF levy. Claims against the fund have increased at an average annual rate of 8.4% from 61.3 billion in 2017-18 to 7.82 billion in 2020-21, and are expected to increase to 102.9 billion by 2023-2024. As a result, the accumulated deficit is expected to increase to 518.7 billion in 2023-2024. If we are to achieve a three-shift economy that accelerates our economic recovery, public transport must be responsive to the needs of the workers. In the last year, we hosted a successful taxi Lekgotla, and we are in the process of implementing most of the resolution of the Lekgotla. The revised taxi recapitalization program is key to our efforts. The empowerment model will enable the taxi industry to play a meaningful role in the economic value chain, which must benefit every single operator irrespective of affiliation. We have committed to scrapping 63,000 taxis by 2024. However, the pace with which the process has been unfolding has been painstakingly slow. With an allocation of 104.1 billion over the period ahead, the department facilitates activities related to maintenance of South Africa's national and provincial road network. SANRAL plays a crucial role in upgrading, maintaining, and rehabilitation of our national road network. Transfers to the agency account for 31% of the department's budget and 62.2% of the department's budget for road transport specifically. A core focus over the medium term is the upgrade of the R573, popularly known as the Moloto Road in Gauteng, with an allocation of 2.7 billion. Transfers to fund reduced tariffs for the Gauteng Freeway Improvement Project, referred to as GFIP, amount to 2 billion over the medium term, while 53.6% or 34.8 billion of allocation to the agency are to maintain the national network of non-toll roads. The maintenance of provincial roads is largely funded through the Provincial Roads Maintenance Grant, with an allocation of 37.5 billion over the medium term. Following gazetting in July 2020 of various strategic infrastructure projects intended to stimulate the economy and job creation, a special allocation of 630 million within the PRMG for the maintenance of rural roads was made. The department is intensifying its efforts towards the implementation of the movement from road to rail with regard to both passenger and freight. In the year under review, we distributed the Shovakalula bicycles to schools going children across all the 9 provinces. This program will continue and be expanded in the current financial year. We'll further explore the expansion of the non-motorized transport for villages and so on. The aviation sector has been severely affected by COVID-19. For the local aviation industry to expand and fulfill its potential, we must work towards positioning to recover and capitalize on the opportunities. Will certainly play a pivotal role in simplifying process and making air travel more attractive to the public. I thank you.
Thanks very much, Honorable Minister. The next speaker is a Chairperson, Select Committee, Transport, Public Service and Administration, Public Work and Infrastructure, Honorable K. Muyimang.
Hoi no Kenny.
Thank you, House Chair. Eric Kisema Dumejo Maloko Oti Anto ya Bosichaba at the province. Happy to meet this Minister, and indeed express my appreciation in the manner in which the Minister has correctly captured key programmatic areas that are at the center of ensuring that indeed the transport as a sector begins to actively becomes an integral part of our economic reconstruction and economic recovery plan. Indeed, as Chair, in any modern economy like our country, transport is critical for the movement of the people, goods, and services. And we must appreciate the fact that South Africa has indeed a modern transport infrastructure system, whether you go to aviation, House Chair, whether you go to rail, whether you go to maritime, whether you go to road. And indeed, the transport sector, House Chair, makes a major contribution to the efficient functioning of the economy in the country, to the extent that indeed its contribution to the gross domestic product of the country, to a certain extent, House Chair, lies at about 7%. This is indeed not a small contribution. The sector also makes a positive contribution to job creation, both directly and indirectly. The different modes of transport directly employs figures in the region of more than 760,000 people. This clearly illustrated that the mobility which transportation confers is linked to a level of economic output, employment, and income within our national economy. In the province's state-owned entities in the transport sector, House Chair, there is indeed an emphasis on job creation. And this indeed allows for the working class and the poor communities affordable transport. We are saying this because most of our provinces and municipalities heavily relies on the public transport system, as working class and poor communities are dependent on rail and road transport for ensuring that indeed employment and earning a decent living becomes a reality. It is due to the importance of the efficient functioning of the transport sector that government, as part of its medium-term strategic framework, has ensured that at the center of it is the creation of an efficient, competitive, and responsive economic infrastructure network. Indeed, this policy debate, House Chair, takes place within the context of what our colleagues has characterized also as a global COVID-19 pandemic. And this has had a negative impact in most of the sectors, but more so the transport sector, House Chair, was also not spared. The devastating nature of this pandemic. This in turn has negatively impacted financially on the sector as an industry. But we appreciate the fact that with the easing of the disaster management regulation, there is a steady recovery in all areas of the sector. However, the sector is still not optimally functioning at this stage. And therefore, it becomes important that safety protocols continues to be at the center of our work, of our oversight. It is important to also reiterate the point raised by the minister when he made reference to what the state president raised in the SONA of 2020-2021, particularly putting to the fore the challenges and problems that are afflicting the transport sector, especially in terms of PRASA and the rail network. But what is encouraging, House Chair, is the emphasis on the rebuilding of the rail line, both in the Western Cape and also in the Mabopane, as part and parcel of improvement of the rail services for the communities which rely on those railway lines. The rail network, House Chair, has suffered negatively through theft of cable rail tracks and vandalism of railway stations, but also invasion of the space that is supposed to be used to rejuvenate our rail system. These problems of theft and vandalism is a matter that has to be addressed as a matter of urgency. And we are happy that indeed the minister in his input and also in the presentation did raise this point. Further, it is important to understand that rail network in the country is integrated for the transport of both freight and passengers. Therefore, the negative impact of theft and vandalism also impacts on the movement of freight as well. So therefore, the security of rail network becomes an urgent priority, as it is important to protect the network and the new infrastructure. As Chair, it is important that an overall improvement in the public transport sector as part and parcel of supporting the recovery plan is also prioritized. And we are happy that central to the plan is the infrastructure development, industrialization, and local economic development through the district development model, as well as job creation. Therefore, development in all provinces and municipalities of rail and road public transport system is very important. It is encouraging that the minister has appointed a new board at PRASA for the overall improvement of the operation and with a clear mandate to turn the situation around. I'll share also the importance of the taxi industry in transporting the bulk of the working class commuters must be given priority. And we are happy that there is an appreciation and an acknowledgement from the minister that the commuters utilize this mode and therefore it has to be efficient. But more than that, it is the mode that is most accessible to our working class and the poor. The relation of this industry is critical as the department considers supporting this industry, given its importance. However, given the performance of the rail services, the commuters have moved from rail to road. And indeed, this trend needs to be reversed as it increases maintenance and reduces time period for the refurbishment of municipal and provincial roads. This in turn places pressure on road maintenance, refurbishment, and road development budgets at municipal and provincial level. House Chair, working class families spend much time on the road traveling to and from work, and this negatively impacts on their family time and quality of life. Students also spend a lot of time traveling to school, colleges, and universities, which negatively impacts on their study time. It is important that the transport in all provinces seeks greater levels of integration of different modes of transport to achieve greater level of efficiency in the public transport sector. This enhances the quality of life of commuters from the working class and poor community background. The cost of public transport in all provinces require periodic review as it directly impacts on the income of the working class and poor families who are dependent on public transport. it is important that with rising living costs and low economic growth, that fares are kept to a minimum to ensure that working class and the poor families have sufficient income to put bread on the table. Furthermore, Honorable House Chair, the state-owned entities that report to the Department of Transport have played an important role in enhancing economic activity and job creation in provinces. AXA continues to ensure that indeed job creation takes place in their areas of operation. Over the years, Sandral has played a major role in development of the route network. However, the issue that has debilitated its efficient functioning has been the Gauteng e-toll development on the N1 in Gauteng. This issue requires resolution to enable Sandral to continue functioning as a successful state-owned entity as it did in the past. Of course, we are mindful of we are waiting patiently because the minister even this week said the announcement is imminent. Also, I heard the MEC of Gauteng of Transport saying that indeed the positive announcement is imminent. House Chair, in conclusion, the Department of Transport needs to improve its coordination with provincial and municipal departments, and the Department of Transport is functioning under difficult conditions. But I think it is important that we appreciate the work that they are doing, and the ANC indeed support this policy vote. Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Meerman. The next speaker is Honorable Routers, Democratic Alliance.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. Honourable Minister, as my colleague, Honourable Hunsinger, recently pointed out in the National Assembly, any budget debate should be seen in the overall context of a plan to take a department forward. In this instance, our ANC friends are very fond of reminding all and sundry that their North Star, their guiding light, is the NDP 2030 goals. I intend to drive the same issues today. With 9 years to go before this timeline expires, the promise of sustainability, inclusive growth, a functioning economy, infrastructure, and support literally remain a pipe dream. Instead of pursuing these goals with vigor and embracing their role as the driver of South Africa, this Department of Transport is more concerned with filling offices with well-paid and diverse cadres. This outcome is a lack of inspections, empty workshops with no spares, and consultants demanding payment. They seem to be spending most of their time on claims, suspensions, labour law litigations, and other court cases, instead of servicing civic needs. The annual performance reports are presented merely as a platform to claim healthy bonuses for the select few, while South Africans have to tolerate empty rows of empty buses, railway tracks and coaches overgrown by weeds, lives being lost and destroyed because of potholes, the carnage of the Moloto corridor, and Wild West traffic practices with little or no enforcement. The fact that 94% of our exports are done by foreign ships gives a view to the lip service paid to empowering and transforming the sector. And yet the promises continue to the level of absurdity. There is a 172 billion rand plan to fix PRASA, to modernize our aging trains and infrastructure, except for the fact that Tortoise would be quicker. To date, only one station has been completed in the last 5 years. That's out of a planned 135 priority stations. And by the time this work is all done, it will be outdated and a new minister will have to start all over again. The department cannot even spend its money on time. In the previous financial year, 300 million went unspent. The same funds that we earmarked for the public transport system. If this money cannot be spent here, why not spend it on eradicating the rogue criminal groups that threaten the work of SANRAL? Action plans are presented daily, partly to placate the concerns raised by the AG, but also to simply kick the can down the road, as every plan requires a forum, a round table, a realignment of priorities, and eventually leads to another new action plan. And so the wheels go round and round and round, but the buses and the trains go nowhere. And in the midst of all this, lip service is paid to the biggest game changer, technology, with vague promises of new, exciting systems that often disappoint? Why not apportion a specific portion of the budget to tech advancement? Moving on, the list of financial failures keep rolling in. The e-toll projects in Gauteng needs 1 billion rand per year to service debt, which has ballooned from 22 billion to 40 billion, with 100% foreign-owned company being the beneficiary of this incompetence. So much for the Freedom Charter. We hear today that Gauteng Transport MEC Mamabolo announced the scrapping of the e-toll project on SAFM. However, this has been countermanded by the department, and so the financial nightmare just simply continues. The Road Accident Fund currently operates at a loss of 9 billion rand per month, with liabilities increasingly exceeding assets. This is mainly due to the fact that industry insiders have informed us that the capacity of the RAF's in-house legal counsel has been stripped bare, and they are sent like lambs to the slaughter in the abattoirs of highly paid and experienced legal opponents. The ANC's transport bus is on bricks. The tires have been stolen, and the rest has been stolen to sell off for spare parts. If that is what radical economic transformation means, it is abundantly clear that the whole operation should be turned over to the party of clean governance and workable strategies, the Democratic Alliance. In the city of Cape Town alone, the difference is evident. The My City buses operate every day and every night and run on time every time. This massively boosts transport of residents, but also of tourists, one of the main lifeblood veins of the city. Massive funding is spent on constant maintenance. An entire transport security force has been established. Huge amounts are spent on ranks and routes to reduce the effects of apartheid spatial planning. Motorists avoid queues and boost productivity by renewing licensing documents online. Integrated transport projects to transport residents safely from their homes by bus and minibus taxis to their destinations are an actual reality. In fact, it is clear that the DA has the most cogent plan, the competence and the will to execute the lofty ideals of the NDP. The ANC must simply step down, get out of the way, and let us do it. Simply put, the DA gets things done. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. The next speaker is Honourable Ntube, African National Congress. Honourable Ntube.
Chair, if I may, I just wanted to apologize for my telephone ringing in my previous speech.
Thank you very much, Honourable House Chair.
It was my daughter. She was phoning to find out if the president was speaking this evening. I do apologize for my political child. Thank you.
Thanks, Honourable Member. Honourable Ntube, ANC.
No, thank you very much, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Minister Mbalula, and Honourable members of the Council. This policy debate is occurring at a time when the transport sector has been negatively affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Disaster management regulation to flatten the curve meant that most modes of transport, public transport, were unable to function. The Department of Transport has had to operate and function in the past financial year under challenging conditions. The state-owned entities under department have been performing well with strong revenues and balance sheets, but have been weakened due to the global lockdown and discontinuing of international domestic air travel. Road railway transport could not function as it was important to flatten the curve and save the lives of our people. With the easing disaster management regulation, the transport sector has commenced functioning initially with road transport, then rail and civil aviation was last. However, the public transport sector is still functioning suboptimally. Challenges make people and countries resilient to find optimal solution. At the same time, it presents opportunities. This country prior to the COVID-19 pandemic was experiencing low economic growth, and this was compounded by the pandemic. In in the response, the state president in the SONA 2020 and 2021 spoke to transport infrastructure development in terms of ports, rail, and road. More importantly, in a joint sitting of both houses of parliament, the state president outlined the economic recovery and reconstruction plan, which reinforced the development of transport infrastructure as part of the economic renewal plan for the country. Railway plays an important role in the movement of goods and passengers, as the country has single integrated railway network for the movement of freight and passengers. The provinces in which mining is an important economic activity rely on rail to transport mineral to ports for export. This activity not only benefits provinces, but also assists the country with its own balance of payments. Rail is effective mode of transport and reduces transport time at the cheapest cost of commuters. This is an especially important mode of transport for commuters from working class and poor communities, as this mode through PRASA are important to the economic function of provinces. Government has correctly taken position on ensuring the movement of freight goes from road to rail. This largely due to the impact of heavy duty on the roads, resulting in increased maintenance and faster refurbishment of roads than that planned. This negatively impacts on municipal and provincial budgets for roads. The policy is already being implemented and needs to be intensified with an efficient manner. Honorable House Chair, over a number of years, PRASA has faced many problems in relation to commuter rail services in provinces and municipalities. This occurred through an aging train fleet which has been unable to consistently provide an effective train service. This was compounded through vandalism and theft of cable, rail lines, and stations. As on off trains at train stations like Cape Town reduce the number of trains sets available for services. The vandalism of rail tracks and cable has also meant that some major lines have not been functioning in cities. Honorable House Chair, the encroachment of rail servitude is a risk to the functioning and efficient operation of service for both passengers and freight and needs to be dealt with immediately. These factors have negatively affected commuters who prefer to utilize rail as a preferred mode of transport. Security of rail facilities becomes a critical factor in all provinces to ensure that the efficient functioning of commuters' rail system. PRASA has also been faced with accusation of corruption and instability in terms of corporate governance and weaknesses in financial controls. For a while, the entity was placed under administration. It is encouraging that PRASA now has a new board with a clear mandate which is going to improve on cooperative governance, management, and financial controls. This bodes well for the functioning and the future growth of the entity. In SONA 2020 and 2021, the President, amongst other important matters, raised in issues of improving the rail services through the development of Mabopane Line and Central Line in Cape Town. These lines play an important transport role for working class communities should provide an effective service to these communities at the cheapest price. Working class and poor families spend too much of their mere income on a public transport. This requires to be reviewed, Honorable House Chair. The development of transport through ports and railway is critical to the plan. The department has made an announcement of improvement of security of the rail facilities, given its intentions of upgrading railway stations, railway tracks, and increasing train sets available for services. The manufacturing of rolling stock by Prasa at a factory in Ekurhuleni will be geared to locally producing 65% of the trains utilized in the country. The department has already announced 57 billion in rail infrastructure investment. This is intended to improve stations and ensure availability of more train sets to service the community. What is also encouraging is the development of high-speed rail services between Durban and Gauteng, which will improve efficiency of transport and passengers and goods. Such investment is intended to improve the quality of lives through people spending less time on transport than currently the case given the efficiency of the rail. Rail has economies of scale of transportation of commuters and freight, and this will positively contribute to the economic development in provinces and municipalities around the country. In conclusion, Honorable House Chair and Minister, the department has already has made a steady and determined progress under challenging conditions to ensure that there is a turnaround strategy in place. The suboptimal functioning of the transport sector due to the pandemics makes the task of the renewal more challenging. However, the greater condition between the national department and provincial and local transport authorities is critical to the implementation of the infrastructure plans for the rail sector. With renewed focus and energy, the department will realize its vision and plans for the rail for the rail sector for the benefit of all the people. Honorable House Chair, the ANC supports this policy for debate. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable Zube. The next speaker is Honorable W. Tikane, Eastern Cape, MEC. Honorable Tikane.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I request that I don't use my video because of network challenges. Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister of Transport, Deputy Minister, members of the NCOP, all government officials, good day. Honorable House Chair,
Honorable Tikane.
Honorable House Chair,
yes.
My apologies, I'm having challenges with the network. I'm addressing this hybrid sitting of the NCOP with a heavy heart after witnessing for the past 3 days the destruction of property and infrastructure during the protest action at various towns across the Eastern Cape province. While the majority of communities raised legitimate demands, we cannot condone the violence that accompanies a cry for service delivery. Such tendencies do not only impact negatively on the safety and security of our communities, but also bring to a halt an economy already under distress. From the informal to formal traders, it is putting at risk livelihoods. With that in mind, I wish to call on the leadership collective in this House, as well as other strategic community and civil society leaders, to add their voice in discouraging those destructive elements in our communities. Honorable House Chair, we welcome the budget table by the National Minister. Notable for our mainly rural province is the commitment to retain rail service operation for the East London to Berlin corridor. This will enable commuters access to the most affordable and safe mode of transport. As a province, we are also steadfast in our commitment of ensuring the provision of an accessible, safe, reliable, and integrated transport system, and a budget of 5.1 billion has been set aside for the implementation of our plans over the 2021-22 financial year. We are on the record as having acknowledged that the majority of our roads are in a poor
condition, and as such, almost half of our budget, which is 2.3 billion, is allocated for the improvement of road infrastructure. Priority is in infrastructure that connects our people in basic services delivery and tourism amenities. In this regard, some of the projects currently underway include Hluleka Nature Reserve that connect to St. Barnabas Hospital, Willow Vale to Dwesa Nature Reserve, and DR08125 N2 to CPA2 Hospital, and Stake Spray to Mlamli Hospital. All the 9 belly bridges that we committed to build with technical support from SANDAF have been completed, and I handed over the last 2 to the community of Jozana and Ndofela in State. Reseal, rehabilitation, and maintenance projects are being implemented at various routes, including the construction of stormwater drainage and bridges. Our efforts were in the last financial year given a boost when we received 86.1 million rand from the Presidential Stimulus Package Program. Project that benefited from this include 6 kilometers interlocking brick paving project, DR 8551 at Maqhubeni in Tsatadu, 8 kilometers interlocking brick paving project in Hilltown, Fort Beaufort, and upgrading of the road to Zolwana Nature Reserve. Honorable House Chair, the transportation of learners who reside within 5 kilometers or more from the nearest school is an important government program contributing to securing the future of the Eastern Cape. 659 million has been set aside to transport 103 learners for the current academic year, an increase from 84,000 learners in the previous year. Honorable Chair, I wish to report that communities in the Nelson Mandela Metro Municipality appreciated the newly introduced online booking system in our DLTCs. A senior citizen wrote a letter to the local newspaper to share her experience of an efficient and professional services. Well done to the team of the Costin Traffic Department. We must forge ahead and ensure that all our services rendered are fielded with the system. Coupled with this will be the continued training and development of our officers, which will guarantee our people a seamless and professional service across the board. As a province, we have also opened borders to enable motorists to renew vehicle licenses at any traffic station in the Eastern Cape province. Through our community-based program, we are implementing strategic interventions to support our rural communities. One of the completed projects is the Jubilee taxi rank from the Mthatha area. Work is underway for the upgrading of Kala and Koa taxi ranks in Sakis, the local municipality. Fencing projects are also implemented in Buffalo City municipality along the road from Ndevana in Zwelicha, and it will cost 4.1 million. And from Butterworth to Kandane with an investment of 6.3 million in Ngoma municipality. Both projects have lifted much better needed jobs for the society. As the Eastern Cape, we support the adoption of the budget of the Department of Transport for the 2021-2022 financial year. Thank you, House Chair.
Thanks very much, MEC. The next speaker is Honorable BT Matebula, Economic Freedom Fighter.
Nakensa Mutama Shitulo. Minister, the economic freedom fighters reject budget vote number 40 on transport. Our people in Gauteng don't want e-tolls, and that has been made clear. They cannot afford it today or tomorrow. Remove those things from our highways. Corrupt contracts are benefiting comrades. Minister, we have told you countless times that there are immediate measures we can put in place to prevent further loss of life in Moloto Road between Tshwane and Kwandebele. In the immediate, put cat lights all over that place, put speed humps, especially in a residential area, put cameras and have permanent station team there to patrol the area. Make the Moloto Road corrupt-free zone. No one must drive unworthy car. No one must drive under the influence of alcohol. No one must drive with an expired license. And lastly, no one must drive a car that is overloaded. They are only short-term ministers. Long-term solution depends on us in the expropriation of land without compensation into the custodianship of the state. We cannot rethink our special planning that influence transport planning on apartheid special design. You are fighting a losing battle. We need the land to plan new cities and town, realistic cities, not informal settlement or the imaginary Lazaria smart city that is just copy and paste from people look to make profit. We need new economy that will decentralize and depopulate metros that are overpopulated. It is only then that we can have a transport plan that talks to moving people and goods in an efficient manner. It is only that then you can revive railway system that can take off large number of trucks in our roads, transporting things that should be transported by rail and sea, not on a road. You go to towns in the, if you go to towns in the Eastern Cape, where trucks from Northern Cape are transporting manganese drive past, the dilapidated railway lies fallow next to the roads. Municipalities do not have capacity to maintain roads and how infrastructure bombarded by high number of trucks on a daily basis. These are the very same trucks that contribute to the congestion and high number of accidents in our roads. On PRASA, Minister, we have listed while you made commitments in the National Assembly about station and timelines to revive some busy stations and make sure that there are trains running. We want to tell you for free, you will not achieve anything if you are still going to work according to tenders. You will forever be working backwards, and you know this. Find talented managers and give them resources and clear mandate to establish a maintenance and refurbishment team at PRASA. This will allow them to appoint as many artisans, engineers, town planners, and architects internally, not through tenders. Minister, road and transport network play an important role in any country economy. Without adequate and maintenance of highway, rural roads, we are not going anywhere as a country. Every year and in and out, your department is allocated budget to build new roads and maintain the old one, but your department is failing. As a country, we are experiencing a lot of accidents caused by potholes and many lives has been lost. Minister, in Limpopo alone, the Department of Public Works and its entity road agency, RAD, is facing 118 million worth of claims and 40.2 million are from pending claims of damage caused by potholes. And I know you love shifting blame. and say that those roads are not your responsibility, but for the provinces. Minister, this is your responsibility. You must account because provincial departments are failing to deliver safe roads in our country. I will only mention few roads where people continue to lose life because of potholes. Minister, a road between Giyani and Sami in Limpopo in Mopani is full of potholes and it has already claimed lives. A road from Makado to Chikwarani, D959 in November in Limpopo, life has been lost due to potholes. A road from Makado to Vivo all days, R522 in November in Limpopo, life has been lost through potholes. A road between Shawela and Nkomo village, D3738 in Mopani in Limpopo, many lives has been lost there due to potholes. Minister, yamani yamapatu lama loko kunempula mingo awashana shinjobo mi phasa tinhlampi. Ikombela mi ilungisela mapatu, Minister. As the EFF, we call upon the department to establish a state-owned road construction company which will deliver proper road and save life in our country. Chair.
Thanks, Honorable Member. The next speaker is Limpopo MEC Transport, Safety and Security and Liaising, Honorable M. Lerole Ramakanya. Honorable Ramakanya.
Thank you very much, House Chair. Let me thank you for the opportunity and the time that you have provided and given us an opportunity. Let me also greet the honorable members, the minister, the deputy ministers, my colleague MECs, members of the House, and also all members in attendance. And I think I should start by saying, as Limpopo, we are here to also add our voice in supporting the policy vote as we debate it this afternoon. House Chair, let me also acknowledge the fact that COVID-19 pandemic has indeed set us back and afflicted a serious setback in various sectors of our economy. And we were not spared as the transport industry by the setbacks that have come, because it has actually caused us to reverse more plans that would have been achieved in terms of making sure that the industry participate and contribute meaningfully towards the economy. It has been a very difficult period for millions of our people who rely on public transport to commute between their home state and their places of work. The budget presented by the Honorable Minister of Transport, Honorable Minister Fikile Mbalula, has captured and reflected on the path that we are taking as government to address the current challenges. The Minister, Honorable Chair, has alluded to transport as the backbone of our economy, and very well it is central to trade in the confinement of our own borders and abroad. The massive transportation of goods on our roads and across the borders is very central to the growth of the economy, and that it has been affected seriously by the pandemic. The priority towards the various corridors, as the minister has alluded to, and with us in Limpopo, such as the Johannesburg to Musina corridor, which includes, amongst others, as a province, we have got the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, as alluded in the budget vote, also affirms the commitment by this government to advance the interest of our people and to strive for a strong and sustainable economy. On the railway network, Honorable Chair, the railway network will be significant to advance the goal of growing our economy. Over the years, we relied only on trucks to transport all kinds of goods to the SADC through the borders. You'll know and understand that as Limpopo, because we are the last province towards the Bedbridge border, we are indeed very happy when we hear the advancement on the railway network because it will reduce the trucks that we experience in the roads that we have. The railway network will alleviate some of these challenges by transporting goods at a faster and reliable pace. It is therefore comforting that the budget is also catering for the security of the rail infrastructure to ensure that business continue without any hindrances. In Limpopo currently, Honorable Chair, within our own economic cluster, we have concluded and focused on two issues. We have looked and already railway has started to work around transporting the citrus fruits that the network and the agreements that we have with Transnet as a province starts to transport goods of farmers from Musina until the port in Durban. And through this infrastructure and the improvement and the budget, we are going to see much improvement of our own farmers benefiting. And we are happy as a department that we are indeed on track with this. The second issue as Limpopo, as a joint effort within the economic cluster, we have also engaged with local government to make sure that in any transport infrastructure that exists, the local government or through COPTA at a provincial level, we need to intensify the awareness campaign where we need to talk to our communities not to build houses or not to encroach with buildings next to the infrastructure, especially because some of the railway passes through towns and townships in our areas. In some other instances, it goes through villages. Honorable House Chair, the decline of road carnage in the previous festive and Easter season is well noted, and it is in line with the commitment made to reduce the fatalities by 25% in the next coming 3 years. We must also note that the budget presented will also look at some of the provinces such as Limpopo and other provinces, as my colleague in the Eastern Cape was alluding, that are still recording high fatal accidents. The move to have law enforcers working 24/7 shift will indeed go a long way in reducing the carnage, most especially in rural provinces, where most accidents occur late at night or in the early hours of the morning. The trend is nearly the same in most of our provinces, where similar accidents normally happen on weekends because of speed, alcohol, reckless driving, and negligent driving as common causes. Our motorists tend to obey traffic rules when they see officers on the road, and the intervention announced by the Honorable Minister will deal precisely with the visibility of law enforcement in all our national and provincial roads. Honorable House Chair, I must also commend the move by the Minister for introducing the body cameras to monitor the interaction between our members of law enforcement on our roads and the motorists. This bold move will go a long way in dealing with the perception that officers are demanding bribes instead of applying law in the form of fines and summons. And I'm sure you are quite aware of what is trending and happening by the officer in Limpopo. And such intervention where we see an officer taking a bribe and people who have actually gone to offer bribe start by recording when they are doing that activity. And I think the body camera policy, if we quickly implement that as a department, will be able not to only save law enforcement officers from losing their jobs, but will also increase the budget vote by collecting money where we are supposed to be collecting. The Department of Transport, under the stewardship of the Honorable Minister, is recognized for delivering on its own promises. There is no doubt that the pilot project on body cameras will speedily roll out to all provinces. And as Limpopo House Chair, we are eagerly waiting. We want to also say the transport subsidy policy, which is in the final stage, is also another positive milestone to note for us as a province. This finalization of the policy is very key to public transport users. Limpopo is predominantly rural, and public transport remains the only hope for millions of our masses, where most of them do not own cars. They rely on the buses, and also they rely on the taxis to be able to commute between their workplaces and their own homes. In the past year, the department has spent millions of rands subsidizing buses and taxis despite the challenges brought to COVID. You will understand, Honorable Chair, that we had to do that because the buses, after the lockdown levels, the buses and the taxis had to go out and they needed to recover as business to be able to continue to open doors and transport our people. Key to the resolution taken at the Taxi Mahutla, the finalization of the policy will benefit millions of our people who only have subsidized transport as their only means of commuting to work. We have noted as the province of Limpopo that most of the people that are benefiting through our bus system and our taxi system are people that are working in places where they might not be able to have money or be able or classified to be the middle income. They remain below the par for them to be able to survive. So we welcome the policy. As I conclude, House Chair, we want to say, as the province, we support the policy vote. We support the vote as we are debating in it. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC. The next speaker is the Western Cape MEC Transport and Public Works, Honorable D. Mitchell.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, delegates from provinces, Honorable Minister and Deputy Minister, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me as the Western Cape Minister of Transport and Public Works to represent the Western Cape Provincial Parliament today in the National Council of Province during this very important discussion. Chairperson, while transport has always been a major factor in the overall life in South Africa, it has increasingly emerged as a decisive consideration in our society, whether as an essential means of keeping the economy going or to ensure that our vital frontline health workers and infected patients can access our widely spread health facilities. We therefore welcome, Chair, the further implementation of the integrated public transport networks and the associated increase in the public transport network grant over the MTF period. In the Western Cape, Chair, this will be helpful for the financial sustainability of the George Integrated Public Transport Network and for the implementation of Phase 4A, which is planned for this financial year. The major development in the history of this project will double the number of daily trips on the Go George service, contributing to the doubling of the overall IPTN trips referenced in the Minister's speech. Chairperson, the Western Cape generally supports the proposal to extend the bus rapid transport operating hours to 20 hours per day, but note that services should be designed in response to the context and the specific needs of passengers. In cities, a 20-hour service may be appropriate, but not on others, while the operating requirements in smaller cities differ from those in large metropolitan centers. The cost implications of increasing operating hours would also need to be considered. Chair, we welcome the provision of the additional support for the minibus taxi industry, which for too long has not received the assistance from the government that it deserved as the main mode of public transport and the major business sector in its own right. Chair, over the last year, the Western Cape government has made remarkable progress in building new and stronger partnerships with the minibus taxi industry. The groundbreaking implementation of the Red Dot Taxi project, a partnership between the department and the provincial minibus taxi industry, which continues to provide services in support of the fight against COVID-19, laid the foundation for the development of the Blue Dot Taxi pilot project. Chairperson, the innovative Blue Dot Taxi pilot project went live on the 15th of May 2021. The pilot, which will run for 9 months, will see the participation of more than 600 operators and up to 1,300 vehicles distributed across all regions of the province in a new incentive program which will reward improved driving behavior and service quality while encouraging reduced instances of illegal operations and violent conflict. Chairperson, performance is monitored by the department using the onboard tracker, on-the-ground monitors, and bespoke technology system developed by the department, while passengers and other road users can provide feedback via their cell phones. Chair, the project has the full support of the provincial taxi industry. 8 new companies have been established by all 8 of the province's regional taxi councils to participate in the pilot, along with Umanyano Travel Service, the company established by the members of Santaco's provincial branch to participate in the Red Dot Taxi initiative. Chairperson, these developments represent a giant leap forward for the formalization, empowerment, and transformation of the minibus taxi industry and are a first in the country. Chair, I call upon the National Minister and the National Department of Transport to make additional funding available for the expansion of the Blue Dot beyond the pilot phase so that additional participants can be included and the impact of the project on the lives and transport experiences of the citizens of this province can be scaled up. Chair, my department has reviewed the draft National Public Transport Subsidy Policies thoroughly, and while there's much to support, we are concerned by many of its proposals and do not believe that it's practical or workable in its current form. I urge the National Department of Transport to engage further with stakeholders, including the provincial and local spheres, in order to consider substantial changes to the document before it is finalized. Chairperson, on behalf of the commuters of the Cape Town Metro, I am desperate to see the rail network restored to its former glory, including the restoration of services on the Central Line, which are so important for so many of us as citizens as they strive to access opportunities for work and education. Chair, the Western Cape recommits to providing whatever support we can to the process. My department concluded a MOA with PRASA in 2020, affirming this position, and we stand ready to assist. The support we can provide ranges from technical planning through security technology to direct implementation of initiatives. For example, we have offered to help establish a temporary rail replacement bus service to assist commuters left stranded by the problems with the Central Line and have assisted Metro Rail with the restoration of the rail reserve over the last year. We would also call on the National Department of Transport to consider increasing the autonomy of the Metro Rail regions so that regional managers, Chair, are better empowered to address the challenges they face. Chairperson, while we acknowledge the initiative that the National Department is taking to address the concept of integrating ticketing, my department is concerned that the proposed initiatives may introduce more complexity rather than improving efficiency and reducing costs. Given that 2 of the cities in the province already have operational automated fare collection systems that comply with the existing national regulations, we would welcome continued engagement with the National Department on these proposals. And finally, Chairperson, as part of the effort to address the ongoing transport challenges in the Western Cape, my department is working towards establishing the Western Cape Transport Authority, which will work to significantly improve public transport by developing a safe, reliable, and affordable system for the citizens of this province. It will drive integration between rail, bus, minibus taxi, and other modes of public transport, working with local authorities and public transport operators to achieve the results. The Western Cape Transport Authority, Chair, is a response to the ongoing challenges of fragmented responsibility for public transport functions and the institutional decline experienced across the sector, both of which have been major stumbling blocks to progress. I thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable Member. The next speaker is a Gauteng MEC Transport and Road Infrastructure, Honorable J. Mamabulo. Honorable Mamabulo. Gauteng MEC. Honorable Mama Bulo.
Good afternoon, good evening, honorable members.
I
must apologize. We are in Mpumalanga with the Premier. But let me, on behalf of our provincial government, take this opportunity to greet the Honorable Minister, Honorable Deputy Minister, the Chair of the Select Committee, and honorable members present and all the colleagues, the MECs, to this very important budget debate. For us as the province of Gauteng, we are presenting this at a time when our country and of course the whole world is undergoing a very difficult period of COVID-19. And we also want to acknowledge the speech by the minister and of course the deputy minister, all the MECs, and of course all the points made by the honorable members. But we believe that minister's speech help us a lot as a province to set the strategic way forward to which we must direct our resources. The budget of the province of Gauteng will be directed firstly towards making sure that we grow Gauteng together.
Mama Bulo, can you please open your video, please? As we have been agreed that each and every speaker must open the video. Thank you.
Can you still hear me, Honorable Chair? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can I just to optimize
I can hear you, MEC, you can continue.
Thank you very much for your intelligence. Thanks a lot. I was making the point that okay, I thought that because of the difficulty of the network, maybe I could optimize the connectivity by maybe switching off the video. However, having said that, I was saying that the budget of the province of Gauteng will be directed towards growing the economy of our province. And in that regard, we have identified movement of freight and goods as a very important contributor to the economic recovery and reconstruction. And to that extent, we will be working with various partners in the province and various government institutions to make sure that we are able to grow the economy of our province using freight. And we are already participating in the initiatives that have been led by the Airports Company of South Africa, AXA, in the implementation of the midfield cargo and passenger terminal master plan. We are also working with Transnet in making sure that we promote freight and movement of goods in the province. We are also, in this regard, driving the delivery of the key infrastructure to support the movement of goods in the province. We have set aside resources to drive the construction of roads around the Rosalind and Pyramid hubs in the city of Tshwane. And we're looking forward to building the roads K2017, K8, K63, and K6, which have been identified as critical infrastructure to support economic development. We will be, of course, working with the IDC to produce a transport master plan for the area. And of course, the roads that I've referred to will be quite critical to support movement of goods and freight. We have also identified not just the road network, but transport infrastructure as in general. And it is for this reason that we are looking at the rehabilitation of the 14.5 kilometer of roads between Diepsloot and Middelstrift in the West Rand. And we are quite confident that this project will be met in time, in the right quality, and within the cost. We are looking at the roads in Mamelodi, improvement of K54, and we're also looking at K69, P156, P241. All these honorable members are amongst the main roads that we will be building to make sure that we support and improve the economy of our province. And I must say that the resources and budgets have been set aside to support these initiatives. We are also working very hard to direct our budget in supporting the district municipality of Sidibeng on the road infrastructure. And in this case, we are looking at Mfuleni local municipality. And we have rehabilitated 3 road projects that were completed already at a cost of 9 million. These were critical roads of Adam Roads, Mushweshwe Road, Vilagazi Streets. And currently we are spending about 172 million supporting the road network in Mfuleni municipality to complete the rehabilitation of 21 roads in Mfuleni. Honorable members, we are also working on the pilot bus subsidy. As matters stand, the issue of the bus subsidy has been an area of concern for us in the province. We have been having a difficulty that many bus companies have not been claiming their money because the contracts that they are sitting on are too old, too costly, and they are not helping them to be able to improve and renew the fleet and improve the services, as these contracts were only advertised for the first and last time in 1998. And we have received the support of the minister to renew and re-advertise this contract with a massive transformation that will definitely deal with the monopolies in this space. We are looking at the transformation of the taxi industry. We have already received a report of the Commission of Inquiry into Taxi Violence, and we are currently making sure that we finalize the details of our plan so that in this very financial year, we will be implementing the critical aspects of the report. And this report is quite critical to stabilizing our province. We are looking at improving our DLTCs, and I must say that we're working with the Road Traffic Management Corporation at national, and we must commend Minister for his support to make sure that we address the challenges that are affecting our DLTCs. I want to conclude by mentioning that we are looking at issues of the building our institutional capacity and the organizational structure. As I'm speaking to you, honorable members, we have just completed the recruitment of the top layer of the management. Our 4 DDGs, HOD appointed. So all our positions at a DDG level have been filled. We have appointed the Gauteng Transport Authority, which must help us with transport integration. We are looking at the expansion of Gautrain, and GMA, which is one of the best run institutions in our province, is actually giving us best practice on how to ensure that we build state capacity that is efficient and effective to be able to deliver on the commitments we have made. And that is why we're able to announce and unveil the Gauteng transport infrastructure house, which is a virtual house that is helping us to drive a multi-billion transport infrastructure improvement program. So as we are delivering services, we are also strengthening the capacity of our state institutions, appointing leaders, dealing with issues of organizational structure, and stabilizing the department, and working, of course, with the municipalities through IGR structures, as they are also part of the overall capacity of government to deliver services. Thank you very much, honorable members. Thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, MEC. The next speaker is a Deputy Minister of Transport, Honorable D. Mangadzi. And I would like to appeal to you, MECs, please open your video. MEC.
Thank you very much, Modulasetulo Wanto. Nila kuranga nishaweta ndunankulu yeta buteke tila Afrika Dzonga. Katana Mbalula na kushaweta mutsamwashitulo wa select committee ya hina tatana muima na kushaweta TMEC Sinkwato Letitinga Halen and honorable members of this august house. Let me indicate that, ladies and gentlemen, last week Friday in the National Assembly, we spoke and reaffirmed our respect for the revolutionary contribution of our stalwart, Mai Charlotte Matleke, as this is the year that we must always remember his 150 years of life. And we continue to take cue from what he has said to us and made sure that we deal with issues of socio-economic transformation, as that was one of her pet subjects. As South Africans, honorable members, we have come to understand that our capacity to change the destiny of South African people rests with inclusive programs that must promote broader economic participation, eradicate poverty, and drastically reduce inequalities so as to battle the devastation of the COVID-19 pandemic, as we have seen it throughout the world. In the process of our attack on these challenges, we must equally commit our efforts towards eradication of gender and disability-based discrimination as a resultant of exclusion, abuse, violence, and exploitation of women and persons with disabilities. We understand that our transforming the environment of transport, it is meant to enable economic growth. We cannot fully realize this objective of broad-based inclusion and worse still if the transport environment remains inaccessible and unsafe to the many vulnerable people of our country. Transforming the environment, Chairperson, can only be objectively achieved in the satisfaction of the needs of a public transport user who must feel safe, a public transport user who must feel secure and find it easy to access public transport facilities and services. The draft road transport policy for South Africa is emphatic as it states, in its statement of universal access, directing that in the designs of roads and streets, critical is we must follow the designs that will be appropriate and safe. We anticipate that by September this year, the initial universal accessible integrated public transport network services will be operational in the cities of Polokwane, Mangaung, and Rustenburg. And in achieving this, we believe that these cities will be able to make sure that the IPTN are both fair and affordable. Universally, the designs of the buses that have already been procured by these cities, and the universally designed buses that have already been procured in these cities, and we are looking forward for the launching of these three underserved provinces where we will be able to make sure that our people can be able to have easy universal access. We also, as the Department of Transport, have disability forum with terms of reference that have been approved. This is in addition to building capacity of the Transport Sector Transformation Forum, which meets regularly to look at the best practices of mainstreaming gender, of making sure that youth, women, and children, and people with disability issues are taken into consideration. Representative of this forum emanates from the Department of Transport, from provinces. Our state-owned entities are the people who are sitting in this forum. Honorable members, the Department of Transport, through its annual performance plan, understand the urgency with which these strategic objectives need to be met and be extended so that the impact can be felt. On assuming our responsibilities in 2019, we committed to fix transport, but not only fixing the vehicle as represented by institutional, by policy, legislative, regulatory, and other such mechanisms, but we intend to fix this sector by looking at the challenges that are facing South Africans. In line with our the sixth administration, our focus, this MTSF, as the department, is reviewing policies to ensure that we effectively tackle the triple challenges faced in order to further promote and advance persons or categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. The case in point that I would want to talk to is the white paper on national transport policy and the review of aviation policy, which have recently been launched by the department during the summit, which involved stakeholders. But both these reviews are aimed at fast-tracking the transformation of this sector. This is notwithstanding the National Rail Policy Draft White Paper, which seeks to enable economic and social development by promoting SMMEs, cooperatives, and rural development, and triple BEE, and important is to create jobs. The Minister of Transport, Minister Mbalula, has to this effect made sure that we a fast-track transformation and committed all of us in the transformational agenda that we must focus on, but not limited to the following. We should focus on the transformation of the construction, engineering, aviation, maritime sector in line with the national transformation imperatives in a manner that broadens economic participation, economic growth, and creating jobs. And also, we must make sure that we contribute towards broad-based Black economic empowerment, skills development, and the growth of small, medium, macro enterprises and cooperatives with a particular bias and a particular focus towards township, small towns, and rural economies. The Department of Transport strategic plan for this financial year states that in delivering the transport services to the citizenry, focus is guided by the following strategic priorities, amongst others: safety as an enabler of service delivery, infrastructure build that will stimulate economic growth and create jobs, building a maritime nation, elevating the ocean's economy, and accelerating transformation for greater economic participation. Honorable members, today as we are speaking, we again shine the light on the intervention of the department, the provinces, and the SOEs, reflecting commitment to promote economic and social transformation, creating jobs, and making sure that we maximize on education and skills development. The President of the Republic of South Africa, in his State of the Nation address of 2018 February, he spoke to job creation, and I quote that infrastructure investment is key to our effort to grow the economy, create jobs, empower small businesses, and provide services to our people, close quote. The President mentioned road maintenance and other as a means to realize this job creation aims, and based on his perspective of seeing the potential in the rural roads infrastructure development, the President mandated Minister Mbalula to maximize job creation in the road sector using the labor-intensive methods and cooperative models throughout the Republic of South Africa. The President also indicated that there must be development and support of SMME, giving priority to women, youth, persons with disability, to make sure that they become entrepreneurs of note. The President lastly indicated that there must be development and maintenance of the rural access road, which of course is at the center of what the department is doing. To this effect, we have prioritized labor-intensive methods of road maintenance to maximize jobs, and those who are living below poverty lines will be able to benefit out of this. Chairperson, the rural road programs includes but not limited to the following: providing jobs, opportunities, and distributing income to the local people and to those who are unemployed as these roads are being executed. It provides training and skills development.
As you conclude,
As I conclude, I need to indicate that South Africa this year is talking to the maritime issues of making sure that we are safe at the seas, but also we combat pollution. Honorable Chairperson, I need to indicate that the Department of Transport is working with the Deputy Minister of Women and Children in the Presidency to make sure that we deal with challenges of gender-based violence and femicide. And we are sure that the memorandum that we have we are presenting and working on will be able to look in the transport sector and making sure that we are of the opinion that once that memorandum has been dealt with, we should be able to deal with the challenges of gender-based violence in the transport industry. I therefore urge honorable members to accept this budget and make sure that we can be able to work towards a better life for the South African and building the economy of the Republic. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Deputy Minister. Honorable members, I would like now to invite Deputy Chairperson, Mama Sylvia, to take over from number 11. Mama Sylvia.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chair. I appreciate the fact that we are still making some progress. And I will now call on Honorable SF du Toit of the Freedom Front Plus to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I will be speaking instead of Honorable du Toit.
So we welcome Honorable Adrian de Bruin. Michiel Adrian Petrus de Bruin, you are welcome and you may continue with the debate.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. To ensure a growing and healthy economy in South Africa, we need a proper transportation system. This is the backbone of any economy, and unfortunately, South Africa is failing miserably in this regard. The state of our roads are disastrous. Transport companies and other businesses are losing millions of rands per year in damages due to this. But it is not only economically devastating, it is also a matter of safety. Hundreds of road accidents occur weekly, many resulting in a loss of life, and this due to the terrible state of our roads, insufficient law enforcement, and the general lack of governance from this department. The damages to our road caused by the excessive amount of trucks are substantial, and in many cases not regulated in terms of overloading, etc. In the Free State, for example, only one weighbridge is operational for the entire province. Overloaded vehicles causes massive damages and expenses, and this can easily be avoided if the necessary procedures are put in place. Die minister het genoem dat 'n groot deel van die begroting geallokeer word na die spoornetwerk, en dit is 'n positiewe, aangesien 'n funksionerende spoornetwerk die druk op baie sal verlig. Maar ons moet ook die vraag vra: hoekom nou eers? Suid-Afrika het 'n werkende spoornetwerk gehad wat duisende werksgeleenthede verskaf het en onmeetbare waarde tot die ekonomie bygedra het. Dit is infrastruktuur wat reeds bestaan het en net in stand gehou moes geword het, wat die regering nou weer miljarde rande kos om op standaard te kry. Dit is fondse wat aangewend kon word op baie ander noodsaaklikhede soos infrastruktuur en die heropening van talle lisensiekantore wat steeds gesluit is of wanfunksionerend is na die Grendelstaat van 2020. Die verval van infrastruktuur, diensleweringsgehalte by lisensiekantore, bedrog deur verkeersbeamptes en verkeerskantore en effektiewe administrasie is al sake wat geprioritiseer moet word sodat daar aan die basiese behoeftes van vervoer voldoen kan word. Die R545 miljoen wat die nuwe aardtoewet die land kos, kon die departement veel eerder aan hierdie basiese beginsels, prosedures en infrastruktuur spandeer het. Aardtoe gaan nie daartoe lei dat slaggate in die paaie skielik verdwyn of dat nuwe infrastruktuur in terme van publieke vervoer of spoornetwerke gebou kan word. Dit gaan ook nie prosedures verseker wat bedrog en korrupsie kan uitroei nie. Inteendeel gaan aardtoe die administratiewe las wat reeds buite beheer is vererger en gaan lei na meer chaos en meer onkostes wat weer eens aangewend kon geword het ten opsigte van die basiese benodigdhede van vervoer. Ek beklemtoon weer eens, vervoer is die ruggraat van ons ekonomie en Suid-Afrika wat reeds in ekonomiese verval is, kan nie bekostig om geld te vermors op onnodighede soos aardtoe, in plaas daarvan om eerder fondse beskikbaar te stel vir die opgradering van paaie, spoorweë en publieke vervoer nie. Die taxibedryf in Suid-Afrika is die enigste vorm van publieke vervoer in die meeste dele van die land, wat erkenbare noodsaaklikheid is. Maar die taxibedryf kos die regering ook miljarde. Hoekom nie eerder ook belê in ander vorme van publieke vervoer, wat 'n inkomste vir die land kan genereer nie? Metrobusse en passasierstreine kan miljoene rande genereer en die las op paaie verminder. Maar die regering stoer met hierdie tipe projekte omdat hy gijslaar gehou word deur die taxibestuurdersverenigings wat eerder sal afbrand as hy nie sy sin kry as om te deel ten bate van die land nie. It is obvious that the priorities of this department are not in line with reality or logic. Instead of prioritizing safer roads, better logistics and public transport, they rather focus on unnecessary expenditures like aardtoe or campaigns on road safety instead of providing safer roads. Once again, no amount of money or any budget policy can save this department as long as the ANC governs in the irresponsible manner we have become accustomed to over the last 26 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. De Bruin. We will now call on Honorable Boshoff to continue with the debate.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister. Warren Buffett, this era's most successful investor, pointed out that in times of a flood, there are no prizes for predicting rain, but prizes go to those who build arks. Why would that be, Honorable Minister? Arks rescue people and enable citizens to move forward. This is what we must focus on, moving people forward. Minister, under great leadership, a budget will tell you where your money must go and not wonder where it has gone. We see in provinces, Western Cape excluded, where huge allocations are made for projects, but we hardly ever see the final product. The mandate of your department is to inter alia identify the legislative responsibilities of the different spheres of government with regard to all modes of transport and associated infrastructure. Unfortunately, today we have heard you devote time to complaining about the difficult economic times we are experiencing, and even more so the challenges that were and still are being faced by the impact of COVID-19. Honourable House Chair, we should move away from focusing on these difficult circumstances as they are beyond our control. What we need to see is how this government responds to these challenges. The time is now for government to show the citizenry that under these trying times, they are cool-headed and are making responsible and consultative remarks, which are based on facts. One aspect that you and your department must focus on during this MTF period is to ensure that your departmental plans give effect to the policies that focus on maintaining the national and provincial road networks. If one looks at the budget, a substantial share of the expenditure is directed to rail infrastructure, maintenance, operations, and inventories, and the balance will be reserved for the South African National Roads Agency for upgrading and maintenance of national road networks, provinces, and municipalities for the construction, operations, maintenance of transport infrastructure and services. And an allocation of 104.3 billion has been set aside for the road transport program, and I truly hope that this will be done. A matter of grave concern is the infamous Moloto Road project on the R573, As you are aware, Minister, government has been touting for many years how and when it will be completed, and yet your targets were not met. In an NCOP question session on Wednesday, 11 May, you gave assurance to the House that all is in place with regard to this road and that all projects will be completed in the year 2024. Minister, today I heard you mention that 2.7 billion has been put aside, and I truly hope that you will this time around stick to your guns and ensure that this budget is spent on this project to ensure that no more blood is spilt due to government's failures to stick to timelines. Looking at provincial and municipal roads throughout provinces, bar the Western Cape, lives are put at risk as the majority of these roads are in a terrible state of disrepair. I see that an amount of 37.5 billion has been budgeted for the provincial roads maintenance grants, and I truly hope that your department will request provinces to provide their business plans with timelines and expenditures on the maintenance of roads under their jurisdiction. Furthermore, proof must be provided once a project is complete. The same must go for municipalities. Honourable Minister, the time for talk is over. This country and its citizens need to see concrete evidence that their hard-earned tax monies are utilised appropriately and that the road network is fixed and maintained to ensure no more lives are lost due to the pothole-infested roads on which they must drive on a daily basis. We can no longer allow for the mismanagement of our country's finances, and I therefore urge you to tighten the reins on this budget to ensure that what is meant for the people goes to the people. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Bosov. Honorable Ngwezi, are you back yet? I will call again Honorable Ngwezi. If Honorable Ngwezi is not there, can we then now request Honorable Lon to continue with the debate?
You can request it, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, and I am ready to go if I may.
Please continue.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, honorable members, there is not a single person who looks at the history of South Africa, the spatial layout of our cities, that can honestly say it was a just society. For this reason, wherever a party is in a position to address this, it should be an absolute priority. Errol Ozan said, "You can't understand a city without using its public transportation system." In South Africa, this is especially true, giving people a view, one, of our history, but also of our present, where there is an unwillingness in the present to address this spatial development legacy left by the past. And this is here where PRASA and their inefficiency is laid bare. PRASA, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, has been one of the more incompetent public entities, which says a lot about it in the South African context of failed entities. However, it is, maybe apart from Eskom, one of the entities that has a direct impact on the lives of millions. It impacts the workers who trust the rail network, but in their hearts they know that other plans must be made to arrive on time to provide for their families. It impacts the families where hours upon hours are lost to commute on untrustworthy trains instead of spending it with loved ones or using that extra time to create a better life. To quote directly from the PRASA website, PRASA, as the implementing arm of the National Department of Transport, is the sole shareholder. This means, as the sole shareholder, your department minister should bear sole responsibility for negatively impacting millions upon millions of lives across the country. We often look at world-class cities across the world as benchmarks for excellence in governance, including how we run efficient rail networks. But there is no need to do that. We do have pockets of excellence in various fields across the country. The only thing that is difficult to acknowledge by colleagues from the ANC is that very few to none of these pockets of excellence are where you have your hands on it. In fact, the opposite is true. Once functioning entities, municipalities, it's now failing because you only look to benefit a connected few insiders. You try to loot as much as possible before moving on to the next opportunity. It is time to stop this monopoly of the incompetent, also known as the ANC. Now, speaking of competence, Honorable Ntube, every time you apologize to the House chairpersons for not being able to read the speech written for you, I feel that apology is actually misdirected. It should rather go to all your teachers who tried so hard, all in vain. What I do, however, agree with you is that the current national government failed our rail commuters, and it is important to better involve provinces and local governments. If we ever need
On a point of order, Chair.
if we ever need an example.
Point of order.
On a point
Honorable
of
Lond,
order,
can we
is
just listen to the point of order, please?
Parliamentary
Yes,
for
Honorable Moimang.
Honorable Lond to attack a member. In that
debate, sir.
Honorable Moimang, the point of order is sustained. Honorable Lond, whatever you want to say, you've got a presiding officer. You may continue. And I don't want unnecessary points of orders. Members know what they must do. They are just doing it deliberately. So continue, please.
Thank you. So if we ever need an example of how a positive, more decentralized approach to government would be for South Africa, the Western Cape is a prime example of one where a province stepped up during a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Field hospitals were delivered in record time. Proper and clear communication took place. Municipalities stepped up, and in general, across all sectors where the DA governs, there is a better level of services. It is time we support well-run governments in obtaining more powers away from national to deliver those services. Why is it then, colleagues, that the ANC is hell-bent on keeping the grubby paws on everything? Is it not because they are better equipped to make things work? In fact, the opposite, it is true. It is because the interests of residents are not important to the ANC. Just after me, you will hear Honorable Landsman singing the praises of the minister and the ANC. This is rich coming from someone in the Northwest where services have all but collapsed, yet he sings for his suppers, not for his voters. Honorable Minister, if you were as creative to find solutions as you were in finding nicknames, maybe we have hope. But alas, you care not. Maybe that is why you are pushing not to have an election, since you know voters will punish you, so you hide from them. Let's see how the year plays out. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Lond. Honorable Landsman, you may continue with the debate.
Good day. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Landsman.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair. And I audible?
You are audible, but why do you have an extra pair of ears?
I think it's sabotage. It's a national sabotage. Thank you. Transport is the life.
There's 4 ears, Mr. President.
Order. Honorable Minister, thank you. Yes, Honorable Lond, you are right. I have to thank to the Honorable Minister, who is doing a very excellent and good job in servicing our people, in making sure that the budget is shared amongst all its people and not just a selected few. That's why you can see the difference between Cape Town and all other cities, where the rich and the poor, the inequality is huge, and it's abnormal. You have 2 cities within one small city. So that's what we are not for. We are here to share and make sure all people can be part and parcel. And you cannot speak of losing votes. You are the one who lose left, right, and center. We are increasing because the minister is also the head of elections. Stop focusing on us, focus on yourself. Thank you. Transport is a lifeboat of functioning of any modern.
I will not call you to order, but please remember there's rules in this house. Continue.
Thank you. The country has a developed transport infrastructure, which requires the development to ensure that inclusive economic growth and development. Transport infrastructure is the key to ensuring that economy can effectively operate. The transport sector as a whole has been negatively affected by the COVID-19 pandemic and that been unable to optimal function in easing the disaster management regulations has witnessed the recovery of transport initially with road, then rail, and then lastly civil aviation. However, the transport sector has played a steering role ensuring that disaster management regulations at all levels, food, medicine, were delivered through the country. This was certainly part of the frontline troopers against the pandemic and must be commended. Road networks. Road network links cities and towns and rural areas to each other and each other provinces and municipalities. The national, provincial, and municipal roads are the responsibility of different spheres of government and development, and the road networks has occurred in, it's still occurring by the different spheres of government. This issue that the different spheres of government develop the single integrated road network not as the same level of consistency and efficiency. The road transport ensure that movement of right, goods, services, and people, it creates the ability for people to eat, clothe themselves, and earn a sustainable livelihood so that all can share, not a selected few like in Western Cape. The different sectors of the economic functions precisely due to its road network and modern transport vehicles. The road public in all parts of the country is sustainable. Daily Lives Road Network is a strategic that inclusive economic growth and development in this country need to future develop for the future development of agriculture, to ensure domestic food security, to facilitate export of agricultural products, to require development of a road and rail network in rural areas. The country is far too dependent on road transportation as a mode of transport for the movement of freight and its people due to challenges faced by the rail. Road freight. The bulk of country's freight and transported by heavy-duty trucks. This is estimated at 72% that occurs as a result of the fact that road transport is more profitable than rail for the transportation of freight. This occurs as a result of regulated margins for rail, and petroleum pipelines allows to companies utilizing freight services are able to make sure profit through road transportation. Margins are too high. Transnet Rail needs to assess its business model and rather than relying on regulated margins for profitability that should rely on transporting greater freight volumes. Currently, the minerals are being transported from Northern Cape Road by Richards Bay rather than rail. We have entry, when the entry was built, it was estimated that it would take 7 years for refurbishment. Now it's being refurbished every 3 years. This occurs as a result of fuel, chemicals, transport, long distance by road rather than pipeline or rail, as the road transport is profitable. The ANC government policy is to move transport of freight goods and goods from road to rail to reduce damage to our roads and its negative consequence to accidents. This will positively impact on the budget for road maintenance and refurbishment, as well as the development of new road infrastructure. This is important as it increases agricultural mining in the provinces, mean that road infrastructure is critical in these areas which support the provincial economics and facilitate job creation. However, these successful implementations of policy movement from freight competitive in comparison to road transport and rail has to operate more efficiently. Regulator margins should not over-reward pipeline and rail tariffs, as this is the basis of road transportation profitability compared to the rail and pipeline. Pipeline and rail economics of scale and therefore should be more efficient and cost-effective than road transport. Higher regulatory margins and tariffs cause structural inflation and economic increase in cost of doing business in the country. This will not encourage investment, and therefore regulatory margins and business model is key to movement of goods from rail to road. Regulatory margins must be reassessed for the policy to succeed. continue doing a good work, Honorable Minister. As part of economic, you and your team and the Deputy Minister, as part of the economic reconstruction and recovery plan, infrastructure development is critical, which includes roads, rail, ports. The SONA 2020-2021 has already announced major road projects in refurbishment of the N1, N2, N3. While these roads are national roads, these roads pass through all provinces and will create a large number of jobs in various areas. The development by the department to upgrade 573 Moloto Road in order to improve access to economic opportunities and social space to address the road safety challenges, ensuring that it's anticipated that upgrade of the Moloto Road will create approximately plus minus 10,000 job opportunities, jobs. And by doing that, we will be making sure that we push back the front tires of poverty and make sure we address the triple challenges, which is poverty, inequality, and unemployment. In conclusion, there are a number of challenges which the department needs to urgently address, and this is the solution of the problems which have been created by the Road Accident Fund and its liability. A solution must be found to this, and in the interim, the department must ensure a better corporate governance and financial controls at the Road Accident Fund. Law enforcement on the roads to reduce fatalities. The 24 hours that you were talking, Minister, will help us a lot in pushing. It's critical. Wage bridges must be functional and in all provinces ensure weight compliance. The department has made steady progress on all fronts under the challenging conditions of this pandemic. The sub-optional functioning of this transport industry has also not assisting in the achieving of greater degree of progress. The current plans and programs of the department will bring a renewed focus of progress and implementation will occur. Continue the good work, Minister. The ANC supports this policy vote. Thank you. Enjoy your day. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Landsman. We will now allow the Minister for the replique on the debate.
Thank you, honorable members. First, I need to clarify that there is no such a thing as the department being full of deployed cadres. All employees of the department are employed in line with the provision of the Public Service Act. These officials are appointed based on their skills and qualifications. Now, for anyone to come here and distort the fact that we don't want elections to take place, it means you are not following the right news. I don't know which news you are following, but we have never been opposed to elections taking place. We are in favor of that. And that should be very clear to honorable member. On the dysfunctionality of PRASA, it is very disingenuous of the Democratic Alliance to only focus on PRASA. In our portfolio, we have many other well-run and functional entities, including AXA, Sanral, SACA, RTMC, the ports regulator, and many others. We're working to get PRASA back on track, and we are succeeding. I accept the responsibility, honorable member, for all roads. This includes national roads and provincial roads and so on. All I'm raising is that you need to understand that the Department of Transport is a concurrent function. So it doesn't mean we don't take responsibility. In the next coming weeks, we're going to launch a massive program on dealing with potholes and road maintenance, particularly at the regional level. It is not correct that entirely our road infrastructure in the country is in a mess. It's not correct. It's over-exaggeration. Indeed, there are roads where there is no maintenance, particularly regional roads, but national roads are well maintained by Sandra. At the beginning of this week, we launched the station's recovery plan. You will know that there is massive vandalism that has taken place, and we're employing different means to accelerate this program, particularly by Brussels. The Western Cape MEC, welcome. I will not say much because I must respect the fact that this was your maiden speech. The central line, your predecessor, we worked very well on recovering the line, but I see the DA most of the time, you like going there and taking pictures and then taking pictures and looking at yourselves and so on there. But I'm working very well with your provincial government and as well as local government to move those people there in the central line. Work is going on and we'll recover this line according to our estimates by March next year. That line will entirely be open to the public. So MEC, welcome, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the province. The Department of Transport, like I said, is an important department and central to the economic development of the country. We, however, welcome the reminder by the provinces on the issue of the e-tolls as I conclude. We are dealing with this matter and will make announcements soon as and when Cabinet agrees on the issue. And I'm saying soon without putting time frames, and we'll come back to you on this particular matter. I agree with Gauteng and everybody else concerned that we need to move with speed to bring this matter to finality. I thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable delegates, before we conclude the business of the House today, I would want you to allow me to recognize one of the long-serving staff members of the NCOP, Mr. Brent Leeuwendaal. Mr. Leeuwendaal, if he can open his video so that we can see him, has announced his early retirement from the National Council of Provinces with effect from the 1st of June, 2021, after 35 years of service in Parliament. Mr. Leeuwendaal started his career in Parliament on the 27th of January 1986 as a service officer. He diligently served Parliament and the Senate and thereafter in the National Council of Provinces as a chamber and as administrative assistant. Mr. Leeuwendaal, if you will allow me, on behalf of the National Council of Provinces, particularly since you have spent almost more than half of your whole lifetime in service of Parliament, to express our sincere gratitude to you for your dedication to your work and the excellent support you have provided to us as delegates for the duration of your employment. I must say, in the short space of time that I have joined the National Council of Provinces, I have been impressed by how you are carrying yourself, humble and extremely helpful. And we appreciate it more than you would ever understand or appreciate. And we thus want to wish you well on your retirement and all your future endeavors. I hope the secretary to the give you a pen of Parliament and a book and even a calendar to remind you of the many years that you have been with us. Godspeed on your future endeavors. We must say that we don't have anything else than words to show our sincere appreciation for the role that you have played to make sure that the wheels of the NCOP is well oiled. Thank you very much, Mr. Leeuwendaal. And members, I think, yes, can we just give him an applause?
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair, on our behalf. Great, Mr. Leeuwendaal. Great service.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mohai. Honorable Labuskaghni, you wanted to say?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just also want to make use of this opportunity to say thank you to Mr. Leefendal for his professionality, his friendliness, his excellent support to not only the NCOP, but to each member. And we just wish him well on all his endeavors and hope he have used this time to spend with his family and loved ones. Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Chief Whip, do you want to say something?
Of course, thanks, Deputy Chairperson, and I want to...
Before Chief Whip, can we allow the economic freedom fighters to say something? Honorable Arnold or Matebula?
Yes, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity, and we would like to say all of the best, and we can agree that the service was excellent, 35 years of excellent service, and we pray the Lord's blessings over his life and over his family, and that he will continue to prosper and to serve in whatever capacity he will serve. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Arnolds. We will now give to the Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. And we would like to say congratulations to Mr. Levenberg for great service over a period, just spent over a period of decades in Parliament. Always humble servant, always ready to assist, always wearing a great smile and making, even whether you are new member, make you feel so much welcomed and understanding, or rather say knowing Parliament through all its corners. I have never come across such a friendly human being. Keep it up, Mr. Levenberg, and I believe that your family really and the rest of the nation deserve to have South Africans so humble, yet in their own way, making such a profound contribution to society. Well done. All the best to your new endeavors. Thank you.
And in the current circumstances, Mr. Levendal, we want to thank God that life is taking you away from us and not death, particularly in the pandemic that is currently prevailing. So enjoy your retirement and enjoy your children and grandchildren. We are more with our colleagues, more than we are with our families. And I think your families will enjoy the fact that you will be now with them. Honorable delegates, that concludes the business of the day. Let me express sincere appreciation and thanks to the ministers, to their deputies, to all special delegates, SALGA representatives, and as well as the members of the House for availing themselves for this debate. The House stands adjourned. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow for the joint sitting.
Thank you, Deb Chair.
Thank you.
Malibongwe.
Igama lama kosikazi. Malibongwe.
Hola. Hola.
Thank you.
Eugene, you can stop the recording.
Recording stopped.
Shaida,
Yes,
are we having a debriefing?
I thought we would. Advocate is there for tomorrow quickly.
Okay, right. For tomorrow, quickly.
Advocate, we've received the link. We have the list of interpreters. We have all the papers. So we are ready, and ICT has indicated, and Sound and Vision, that they've done the tests and they will be testing again in the morning. So I think we are on track for tomorrow. And we also received this draft speakers list. Zama posted it on the members chat.
Okay. Is there any other thing, colleagues? It has been a long day. Anything else? Mr. Mbulan? Is there anything?
No, nothing.
Okay. Okay. So we'll get the speakers list tomorrow, the final one tomorrow.
Let me just check, Advocate. So the EFF, I just saw their names now. I think I'll speak to Andrew in about after this meeting, because I saw the names of the EFF which are not reflected here. I also saw the name of the AIC, so which concludes the speakers list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I'll just check whether Andrew received them, but I saw them.
Okay. All right, then if there's nothing else, colleagues, I think thank you very much. The farewell to Mr. Lievendal. Thank you, ICT. Thank you, PCS. I think the picture was, it assisted. The members could put the name to the face or the face to the name. And I think it was a befitting farewell to Mr. Lievendal. Unfortunately, I was told he just logged off shortly before the announcement was made. Did you manage to get him back, Shaida?
Advocate, he managed to catch it on 408, the whole thing. So he was very happy, yes.
Okay, no, that's great. No, that's good. Okay. All right, thank you very much, colleagues. Let's meet again tomorrow at 8 o'clock. What time are you opening the sitting?
For you?
I think from 8:30.
From 8:30.
Yeah, for 10 o'clock we have an hour, 30 minutes.
Oh, by the way, it's 10 o'clock. Okay, I was thinking of 9 o'clock. Oh, okay, all right. So after 8, the sitting will be opened. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. I think we can adjourn the meeting. Once again, yeah, the proceedings went very well, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary.
And the last minute photo, Advocate, it came in just just at the right time, the refined one that I said that with the message.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think it looked good.
It looked beautiful, Mado. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, it looked very good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's adjourn and get ready for tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you.
Thanks, Eugene. You can log off. You can leave.